Just for no, she knew that word.
Oh, no.
You good? All right. Okay, so it is April 1st, 2024, and I'll call the North Kingstown School Committee business meeting to order. The first agenda item is to go into executive session pursuant to RIGL 42464 for any discussion of potential litigation pursuant to RIGL 42465A2, RILS, and ACLU versus North Kingstown School Department. Right? Can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, we'll do it. Go. Okay, we're gonna get started. You can see. It's okay. It's okay. I just didn't want you to not know. It's okay. Okay, thank you so much. We'll be coming back from executive session, and I will disclose there were no votes taken in executive session today. And so the next item up on the agenda is the call to order to. Well, we just did that. Never mind. And then the Pledge of Allegiance. So please join me if you can. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Roll call, please.
Erin Earl.
Here.
Robert Pace.
Here.
Jennifer Lima.
Here.
James Sheehan. Deborah Lakowsko. Here. Christine LaPierre. Maggie Bush.
Here. Okay, in the calendar.
Wednesday, April 3rd, joint budget meeting, 6:30 p.m. at Town Hall. Wednesday, April 24th, school committee business meeting, 7 p.m. Central Admin Conference Room. Tuesday, May 7th, school committee business meeting, 7 p.m. Central Admin Conference Room. Our subcommittee meetings, Monday, April 8th, policy subcommittee, 5:30 p.m. Central Admin Conference Room. Tuesday, April 9th, CLAC, 6:45 North Kingstown Free Library. Wednesday, April 10th, DEI Subcommittee, 5:30 Central Admin Conference Room. School committee office hours will be Monday, April 8th, 7 to 8 p.m. It will be virtual. Please email Jennifer Lima at jennifer_lima@nksd.net for the Zoom link. A couple of reminders. Tomorrow, April 2nd, is a professional development day, and there will be no school for students. April 15th through the 19th will be April recess.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and so we'll move on to presentations and recognitions, and I'm going to turn it over to our superintendent because we have some special guests from Wickford Wrestling here today. So, Dr. Duba.
Thank you. So I'd like to welcome Riley Wattisson, who is the coach of the Wickford Middle School wrestling team, and his student athletes that are here tonight. And I know, Riley, you had a few words you wanted to say to us when you as introducing your team and talk about some of their accomplishments. So thank you.
Yeah, you can come on up. We can clap for Coach Riley. I'm here for it.
Hold it by the screen.
You forewarned, I am going to make you take a picture at the end, so get excited. That's very organized.
All right, so
All right, duck down. Just kidding. No, we're kidding. I'm kidding.
so so my name is sorry, I also got a slight speech impediment as well.
No worries.
I graduated from North Kingstown High School in 2021. I not only wrestled at North Kingstown High School, I also played football at North Kingstown High School. I just want to start off by saying a couple of things about the team this season and about myself. I started wrestling when I was in 5th grade. I had a passion for it ever since then. I then went on to wrestle at Davisville Middle School, where I was the team captain my 8th grade year, then went on to be a leader for the high school program my junior and senior year of high school. I also wrestled for a season at Johnson & Wales University right here in Providence, which they just recently took 4th at the D3 National Tournament the last weekend or a couple weekends ago. Now I'm the head coach at Wickford Middle School with the wrestling program. This is my 2nd season here. The year before I started, the team only had 3 kids, one of which of those kids is Jackson Wicker, who was a 6th grader the year before I started. Last year as a coach, I had 12 kids on my roster, had 1 kid place at states, and this year I brought it up from 12 kids to a total of 22, and out of those 22, 18 of them are in 8th grade. I just want to thank all of my coaches I have ever had, my mentors in life, and most importantly, my parents, because without all of them, I would not be able to accomplish what I have, and I would not have been able to teach what I had these kids do this past season. This season was a record-breaking year for the team. We won a total of 7-1. The only match that we lost was only by 3 or 4 points against a very tough team. It was the first match of the season. The coach even mentioned to me if we wrestled them again that we would have blown them out of the water. We ended up being co-champions in our division this year and ended up taking up the Team Sportsmanship Award, which is voted on by the refs. So both of these accomplishments are the first time in this program's history, and to say that I am proud of all these kids is an understatement. Having them on my roster this year was fantastic. With most of the team being first-year wrestlers, I am astonished with how well that they were all able to compete this year. We also did 2 off-season tournaments this year, one of which we took 4th, and one of which we did a combined team with Davisville Middle School, and we ended up taking, I believe, 6th place at that. Most of those teams who were there were out-of-state competitions. So to say that we placed at those tournaments was huge, and it put us on the map. We wrestled a total of 7 tournaments this season, 2 of which I already mentioned. We also had the Birchwood tournament, where we had a champion, a 2nd place, a 3rd place, and a 4th place finish. We also had the Futures tournament, where we had a total of 4 people place, 1 champ, 1 5th, and 2 8th place finishers. We also had the Narragansett Pier tournament, where we had 3 champs and 3 people who took 2nd place at that tournament. We also did the first ever all-girls tournament in the state, which we had 1 champ and 1 2nd place finish at that. Lastly, we had varsity states. We finished with 2 champs, 2 2nd place, a 5th place, a 7th place, and 2 8th places. We had 1 girl who took 1st at the girls' state tournament, which I believe she's not here tonight. She was a first-year wrestler. Watching her from day 1 of the season, not knowing how to do a drop step, to becoming a state champ it makes me super proud that she was able to do so. She's not only technically my first state champ under my belt, she's technically the North Kingstown School Department's first ever female state champ. So to say that we were able to beat the high school in that accomplishment, that also makes me super proud. And then, like I said, last year I had 1 kid who placed at states. This year he was a state champ at 205, losing 1 match all season. And to say that he lost that match, I don't want to say that I'm happy he lost, but I lit a fire within him that made him want to go and win a state championship. The first tournament of the season, which was the Birchwood tournament, he spent less than 3 minutes of mat time out on the mat. He pinned every single one of his opponents, and I believe in the first period. He was also a captain on my team, Jackson P. To say that I have had you on my team for 2 years, it makes me happy. Lastly, I want to thank all of you in this room for having me brought in and all the kids brought in, because what they accomplished this year, with it being the first time in the program's history and my 2nd year coaching, it makes me happy. I told the kids last year, within 5 years, I want to hang up a banner in the school's gym, and I was able to accomplish that in 2. So with these kids being on this team, I give them all the credit, but the people that I thank the most are the parents, because without them signing up their kids, we would not have been able to accomplish anything. So again, I thank all of you for all this.
So thank you. Those are some very impressive stats for the middle school wrestling team, and we're all very proud of you for what you do. And when you set goals and you have those goals to reach for, and you try really hard and you put your mind to it, that's when you accomplish those goals, and it sounds like this team did that. So good job.
Thank you.
So we have some certificates to pass out to all of you. So I'm going to come up here.
You guys can come around if you like.
All right. Why don't we do this? I'm gonna.
Why do you photo op?
Do I take a
Right here in the
picture
center.
first?
Wait, no, I don't
No,
want
no,
to
no,
look
no,
here.
go.
Wow, okay.
I warned you, remember? Stitcher? No, nothing. Okay, so we'll give you your certificates, and then. I don't know if you can, yeah, you can do it.
You sure?
Yeah.
Do you want to get a picture?
I do, and you want to get a picture of them.
And then you're
Okay. Okay. Can you do that part?
Okay. Why don't you take a picture first?
I want you to get their certificate.
All right. So first, Ben Asher. Mike Betancourt. Erie Byers. Brady Canavan.
Dr. You were hanging on.
Carl Dynan.
Also not here.
Liam Fanning.
Also not here.
Jackson Gatlin.
Also not here.
Piper Hardy. Jaden Hoop.
Also not here.
Tommy McGee.
That's okay.
It's all right. Gavin McGlynn. Sean McGlynn. Atticus Nuponen. Henry Pereira. Luke Pepkus. Jackson Pomeroy. Harrison Rice. Isaiah Risen. Ariana Russo. Wesley Seda.
No.
James Vieira. And Jackson Wicker.
Yeah, you want to give them something? Right? Yeah. Do you want to give a picture? No, we'll just see. All right. Ready? Let's see those. Not clean at all. Hold. All right. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations. Just to echo what Dr. Duba said, thank you so much, Coach Riley, for putting in such amazing work in building this great program. And I think it's so awesome that you all are participating. And can't wait to see what you're going to do in the future in North Kingstown athletics. So really, really excited. Hope you had a lot of fun. And I love that you won the, what was it, the team sportsmanship award. That's a really big deal because not only did you compete and do really well, but it sounds like you did it with grace and a lot of kindness. So that's awesome. So congrats. And we do have a rule at the school committee that although you can say, you most certainly do not have to. So we'll take a quick couple-minute recess. So if any families want to leave, they can.
Congratulations, guys.
Here I am. See, the same age as your. Yeah. Nice to spend this time with you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, we have some really good scores. Well, but a handful, right? Thank you.
Okay. Very exciting, very nice, and the coach was obviously the best, so that was very, very good. Okay, next up on the agenda is a presentation regarding district student attendance, and so I'll turn it over to Dr. Duva to introduce our next presenter.
Yes, Sharon Probst, who's our district truancy officer. She is going to present, and also myself or Mr. Mesnati, we're going to jump in as well for some of the slides for this presentation. Thank you for coming.
Hopefully I understand some of them. Okay, so thank you for having me. We have, I know I presented last year, and we have some new, there's some of the stats are the same from last year. Compared to a typical school year prior to the start of COVID-19, 72% of U.S. public schools reported an increase in chronic absenteeism among their students. So obviously the goal is to reduce that as much as possible. And these are the averages, the attendance percentages from 2019 to 2020. So Dr. Duva, if you can help me, the 94% is, how are we reading this one?
So that's the attendance, total attendance of students at each of the, not grade levels, but each of the schools based by elementary, middle, and high over each year.
Perfect. Okay. And then the next screen is comparing the 21-22, which is the first full year that we were back in person after COVID, to the 22-23. And what you see in green is attendance that has decreased in the percentage of chronically absent. So we've done really well in the 22-23 school year. You can see in every school, with the exception of Forest Park, everybody went down. And Forest Park did go up a little bit, but it's really not too high. And Wickford Middle School stayed the same. So that's actually pretty good. And then from 22-23 to March of this year, every school in our district decreased with their chronically absenteeism, which is excellent, with the exception of Hamilton, which stayed the same. And that's due to a lot of hard work with our schools. Okay, this next screen is RIDE absence rates. So this is also one that I'm not familiar with. Maybe you could explain this, Dr. Duva. I don't see the RIDE as much as you do.
So we took data for this presentation from the RIDE portal and also from the attendance tool tracker that RIDE has put out for schools to use. So this is just breaking down the attendance of students at each grade level, looking at that bar graph. So the dark green is low, chronically, the number of students that have low absenteeism in each of the schools. So you can see, there's a range from 46% to 71% with the number of students that have low absenteeism across the district. The other green, lighter green color is for moderate absenteeism, which is 5% to 10% of a school year. And then as you get into that pink-red range, that's where we start calculating chronic absenteeism excessive. So you can see that the red is much lower. That would be the expectation, and that we continue to decrease that side of the bar graphs where students are chronically absent. And you can see also by looking at this which schools have a higher need of students, but also populations are also larger at some of those schools.
Is the leftist number we just should do the math for that one? I'm assuming like if we'd
yeah, the number is not on there, so it's you look at it's a small number.
Yeah, but it would just be the difference.
It would be the difference. Yes. Yeah. So take the.
Yep. I just wanted to make sure I was reading it right. That's all.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and our next screen is the school improvement plans. So the district strategic plan for the next coming school year, starting this year into next year, chronic absenteeism throughout the district currently stands at 16.7%, and our goal is to see 2 to 3% improvement each year, so that by the school year 2026, our rate is at 11% or lower. Fishing Cove, 14% of Fishing Cove students are chronically absent. By the end of the 23-24 The percentage of students who are chronically absent will decrease from 14% to 10%. Quidnesset, by the end of the school year 23-24, the percentage of chronically absent students will decrease from 29% chronically absent to 26% chronically absent, as measured by the RIDES dashboard. Okay. Strategies to reduce absenteeism. At the elementary schools, they're going to be, and a lot of the schools do this already, at least from what I can see when I'm in the schools, but making it, a much bigger effort at it, creating a culture that school is a welcoming and positive environment, implementing positive behavior interventions and supports. Personal phone calls are made to families of students with attendance concerns, providing support to the families and problem solving to support the student. Attendance teams meet bi-weekly to review students, check in, and connect with students and their families. Attendance data is reviewed and compared to the data from last year. Addressing social and emotional concerns as soon as staff are made aware. Recognizing perfect attendance for the month with certificates. Attention on the importance of coming to school every day. Principal to update families, morning announcements to students. Letters to families that have students that are chronically absent over 10%, and using the RIDE attendance nudge tool. At the middle schools, DMS continues the school attendance team, which monitors attendance, provides support, and communicates with families. We're reaching out to families whose students have been absent multiple days to find out if we can help with the students' return to school. At Wickford Middle School, bi-weekly support staff meetings with school social worker, school counselor, nurse, and principals to discuss students' needs, etc. DMS increased the number of spirit days and student-centered activities. DMS has increased the number of minutes in personalized learning time where students can access their teachers for assistance, and moved the time to the morning. DMS support staff and teachers have lunch groups to increase student connections. DMS offers a variety of after-school activities, clubs, sports, and homework help. Davisville Academy staff meet with each family and students to create an individual incentive plan for coming to school and positive incentives, provide information to families to access outside providers. The clinical team at DA meets weekly to discuss student progress and creates action plans to improve behavior and attendance, and also using the RIDE attendance nudge tool. At the high school, daily robocalls for absent students. They highlight the importance of attendance at student body assemblies, mail written correspondences at 5 and 10 absences. The letters outline support for the student. We send tardy letters of a similar nature. We also communicate with families and assign consequences for tardy students. The deans and assistant principal for student services have attendance meetings with families of chronically absent students. We offer support and also outline what truancy is and what the process looks like. We file truancy petitions after we exhaust all options. Chronic attendance has reduced from 26% last year to 16% this year. And they also use the RIDE attendance nudge tool.
So this is a bar graph that comes off of the RIDE's attendance tool that they have available for school districts to use. So this is a comparison of our district. Sorry, I'm trying to read what that says. It's comparison of our district, so we're in the blue. Red is the state average, and then green is where the top 10% schools are right now regarding the chronically absenteeism data. So you can see we're at 12% for a district. The state is at 20%. So we are under them. We always want to make sure we're under where that state average is. And for the top 10% schools, they're at 8%. So as we said earlier, our goal is to decrease that. We want to get that lower. We want to be where the top 10% schools are. So that way we keep working towards putting in place the strategies we have and keep decreasing that number. Can you just go to the next slide? So this next slide shows all of our schools in the district. What's really important, I want to point out, when you look at this column right here, that green arrow is going down. That's showing that all of our schools are decreasing the number of students that are chronically absent. So I'm really proud of the work that the schools are doing. It's our goal to keep having that decrease going down as we continue this work within each of our schools throughout the district. So, and this is live data, so this was as of March 29th, so that was last Friday.
Okay. So to the screen that I know things about. So my duties here in district, first of all, we have a district-wide policy, and that states that any student who is absent 10%, unexcused, 10% or more of the current school year is considered truant. So that's when the schools usually get in touch with me ahead of time, and we work with the families to figure out where their barriers are, what is happening with the family and with the student, and what we can do to alleviate those barriers to get them into school. Pre-truancy actions. So I have bi-weekly meetings at the high school, Davisville Middle School, Wickford Middle School, and Quidnessa Elementary School. It's a really good team. It's the principals, the dean of students at the high school, the social workers, sometimes the school psychologist if time allows. Who else? Some of the teachers will come in and get involved, and the principals have access in Aspen to be able to have a printout of the current attendance for that day. So it can print out at that 10% number, and we go through every single student who is chronically absent 10% or more, and we make a decision as to how are we going to handle that. Who knows the family the best? Who can get involved in the family? What can we do to help that family get their children or child into school? And it has proven to be very effective. I can work in the community, so if home visits need to be done, I'm at the house, I go visit with them, I see what they need to do. So we're hitting it at both ends. We're in the community and we're in the school. If it gets to the point where the absenteeism stays high, we call the parent in for a parent meeting. And again, we try to figure out what the issue is. One of our magistrates always used to say at the beginning of every truancy hearing that truancy isn't the problem, but part of the problem. So usually there's something else going on which is causing the student to miss school. And we try to figure out what that is and try to get the child into school. The last thing we want to do, and I tell all the parents this, is that my goal is to get kids into school, not into court. So we do a really good job at increasing attendance after meeting with the parents. What does truancy court look like? So truancy court is run through the Rhode Island Family Court, and students in grades 6 through 12, it is a wayward petition that is filed against the student. In grades K through 5, it is a civil complaint filed against the parent or guardian. We try to avoid that as much as possible because you're charging the parent with a crime, and we really don't want to do that if we don't have to. So we work really hard at trying to meet with the families so that we don't have to go to court. North Kingstown participates in what we call a pretrial diversionary program with the school, with the Rhode Island Family Court. So we actually have a magistrate who travels to our district. For the past 2 years, we've had Magistrate Aponte Cardona, and he's excellent. He's very caring. He really talks with the students, tries to get to know the students really well, and does everything that he can to try to do what he can to support that student into coming to school, whether it be any kind of services that need to be put into place, counseling sessions, Tides Family Services coming in the home. The parents come in the first 2 visits for the arraignment process. He talks to the parents and he works really hard at getting to know them. If we have to charge a parent for kindergarten through 5th grade, then it's on the formal calendar, which is at Kent County Courthouse. When we have students who do really well on the magistrate's level, at the end of the school year, the petition is withdrawn. And then usually they can start the beginning of the school year doing really well. We try to use that as a carrot to say, the only way out of truancy court is to go to school. So we try to keep those limited as much as possible. If a student does not improve on the magistrate's calendar, then it's sent over to the family court at a higher level. First it goes to the intake unit, where they'll work with a caseworker who will again meet with the families and meet with the parents at the courthouse, but in their office, and see what they can do to assist. And if it doesn't work on that level, then they have to appear before the judge. So this is just a quick capture of some of the things that I did this year, just to give you an idea of how well I think our pre-truancy meetings are working. At the high school, I was included on 24 parent meetings where we had students and their parents come in, meeting with the deans and with Mr. Anderson. And out of all those meetings, it's a little bit inaccurate. I had 15 active truancy cases. However, 5 of them were dismissed. A couple of them were carried over from last year, and a couple of them were middle school students who moved up to the high school. So we did really well, I think, on that one. At Wickford Middle School, we had 2 pre-truancy meetings. Just to kick back for a second. At the North Kingstown, we had I have 1 case that is currently at the intake and 3 that are on the formal calendar. Only 11 are actually at our calendar. And for 2 of those students, the reason why they're on the main calendar, the formal calendar, is because they had other charges pending, so they skip the pretrial altogether. At Wickford Middle School, I have 2 on our regular calendar and 2 pretrial. So we didn't actually add any new cases from Wickford this year. They were actually carried over from last year, and we had 1 closeout successfully this year. DMS, we have 3 that were started. 2 are at pretrial, 1 is at the intake unit. And with the elementary school, I had 6 pre-truancy meetings, and I have 1 adult pending over at the formal calendar. Davisville Academy, 1 pending over at the formal calendar, but we closed. That case actually did get closed out successfully about a month ago. And Hamilton, I had 1 meeting, and Forest Park, I had 1 meeting. So total, we have 2 adults that were on the formal calendar this year, which is really good compared to other years that we've had students on. And that's all I have for statistics. Any questions?
Great, thank you so much. So we'll turn over to the committee to ask questions. We'll start with Debbie.
Yeah, I read reviewing the law, and the law is really very vague as to how many days would be required. They pretty much leave that up to the school district. But you said that at the point where they've had 10% or more absences, it gets referred to truancy. Although we're intervening or trying to before that. But a school year is 180 days. So a student misses 18 days of school before we actually do truancy on them?
No, so we use the 10% window of the current school year. So on day 60, any student who has 6 or more absences, we're going to start to intervene. Because we don't want to get to 18 days. We want to start intervening as soon as possible, and that's when we start having the what we call the pre-truancy meetings. A lot of those are also nipped ahead of time, so like I start meeting end of September, early October with the schools where we can print out those attendances and we can start calling parents and talking to parents ahead of time. So that we don't, like as soon as they hit the 10%, I don't file a petition. That's when we intervene and try to alleviate the chronic absence.
But the ones who do meet that 10% criteria, the 18 days, those are the ones who actually go into the truancy court system.
Sometimes they go in sooner than the 18 days.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we start intervening like at day 60, for example, if we don't, like I'll meet with them and we'll talk and we'll try to alleviate. If it doesn't improve, I'll follow up with a phone call or a home visit. And if it still doesn't include, then we put them in truancy court ahead of time before they reach that 18 days. So it's at 10% of the current school year. And I'm also part of the Rhode Island Attendance Officers Association, which includes most of the attendance officers in the state. And we all use that same window. So we're very consistent throughout the state.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, other questions?
Thank you for coming back. Your presentation last year has stayed with me for the year, so I really appreciate the work that
Thank you.
do. And I learned a lot last year, some of it, like I said, very haunting. I want to commend everybody. These numbers have come down, and I know that that's not easy. Even I looked at these numbers in November, and they've come down even since November, so you can see the work. And I'm so glad to see Quidnesset, which has been the highest number, has been cut in half. So I think that's fabulous, and I want to commend everybody for that. I had a question for you because last year when you were here, You had talked about that there was a 1 year plus waiting period for services for kids like at non-school providers, like at ties and things like that. Is that still the case?
That's greatly improved.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a big problem coming out of the COVID years. A lot of families were referred through DCYF and FCCP and other programs, but it has come way down. I've been able to get tides into place relatively quickly. Within one family I was able to get in with probably within 48 hours.
Okay.
It also, North Kingstown is funny because for Tides Family Services, that's the one in-home provider that we use quite often. Depending on where you live in North Kingstown, you get services quicker. So the southern part, like Saunderstown, they can get services quicker because it's a smaller catchment area as opposed to northern. Tends to, I guess, the way they geographically divide up their caseworkers. But it has really greatly improved. It's probably within weeks we can get somebody in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad to hear that.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that I noticed on some of the communication that comes out from the schools is that staff attendance counts towards these numbers. Can somebody explain that to me?
So no, those are different numbers. So this chronically absent, this is just the student data, but there are. So attendance for staff is counted in when you look at the state report card that they do for the schools.
Okay.
That's a separate number to the student
Okay,
attendance.
so it doesn't impact these.
Nope,
it impacts
they're
the
two
report
different
card.
data points.
What part of the report card is that?
So it's at the end. I'm trying to remember the categories. I don't remember the.
There's a portion of the report card that's just coded as teacher attendance.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, so it's
but
not-
it falls
its own
into
category.
it falls into like
Yeah.
that last category grouping of
Okay.
its attendance and a few other things. I just
Yeah, I know.
can't
I know
remember the name of
exactly.
that
No, I can't
category.
think of
So
it, but
Okay,
yeah.
it's
okay,
one of
but
them.
if not, the two are not created.
Yep.
And, okay, so again, thank you. And just the one thing I just want to say, just from a continued concern standpoint, is recognizing perfect attendance with certificates and celebrating that. I still continue to have an issue with that because I think that incentivizes coming to school when you're not mentally well or physically well. I understand we've seen great success, with that included, but I just think that from an overall holistic standpoint, that's not something that we should be celebrating.
Other questions?
Maddie?
Do you know to what extent tardies, dismissals, and missed classes count towards truancy, if at all?
So those usually come up after the absenteeisms come up, more so at the high school. So when I start work, sometimes Eric Anderson will call me in to say he has a student who their attendance looks great on the record because they maybe only have 10 or 12 absences. But when you look at the class attendance and you see how many classes they're skipping, we do take that into consideration. So sometimes, depending on if I can have a conversation with the judge, they'll let me put a kid into truancy court for skipping a lot of classes. Not always. It just kind of depends. But we also look at tardies because according to the law, a tardy is considered an absence. So if I have a student who has 3 unexcused absence and 45 unexcused tardies, we will get involved in trying to put that student in truancy court or trying to work with the family to figure out why the student's tardy every day.
So the bottom line is don't
Yeah.
skip class.
Yeah.
Don't go to school.
I'm not asking for me.
No, I think it's a really good question because especially at the high school that has the moving schedules
Right.
and students leaving early and coming in late, like that does matter. So it's not just about, but that's good to know that you all keep an eye on that and that that Eric does hit flags, especially at the high school.
Yeah, and at the middle school also, and when I meet with the team, especially with the middle schools being smaller, some of them we know why that they're tardy. It could be, a medical reason or whatever. The other thing that I know from RIDE is RIDE does not differentiate between excused absences and unexcused absences. So if we have a student that's absent excused maybe due to a medical condition, it's still going to show up as on that record. So we look at the unexcused in our policy. So,
Other questions?
Yeah, just a couple questions. So what are the, what happens after truancy court if we're not being successful, we haven't got the attention either the parent or the student or both? What are some of the steps after that involve that student? And then I had another one about students are 18, let's just say second half of the year. is there any increase in them signing themselves out, or an excused absence could just be them at 18 years old writing a note for themselves?
So I'll take the 18 one first because that's easier for me. I don't get involved if they're 18 because the family court is not involved
Not
once a
involved,
student
okay.
hits 18. So if they're even in truancy court when they turn 18, the magistrate and the judge, they don't have any choice but to dismiss the case because they've aged out of the court system.
Yep.
I don't know the policy at the high school as to whether or not they're allowed to sign themselves out or be absent. I do know every once in a while I'll get a phone call or an email and I go into Aspen and I say, oh, the student's 18, sorry, I can't.
Anecdotally, I can say that it does increase having had more kids go through
Yeah.
high school.
Speaking for friends?
Yeah.
Yeah, someone you know.
That doesn't mean I don't get involved because sometimes they do want my advice and my opinion, so I will still attend a meeting if they really want to talk to the student. It just might be their senior year and they've got a couple months and they're kind of falling off and they want just somebody to help encourage the student to push through to the end of the year. I will definitely attend those meetings as well.
And what happens subsequent to truancy court? So a student goes to truancy court. Afterwards, what are some of the remedies they attempt at that point, or where does it go?
So if
Is
it's-
that talk about tides, or what are we talking about?
Yeah, so when it starts on the magistrate calendar, which is the one here at the school,
Yeah.
we'll talk with the parents and we'll put some services into place. And if it still doesn't improve, like I said, it goes to the formal calendar. Most of the time, if it's not improving on the formal calendar, even though they're meeting with the judge, a lot of times the judge will order DCYF to get involved because then they have more access to services and they can monitor those services that are put in place. Sometimes they're open to DCYF just for services. Sometimes if DCYF goes into the home and finds that they need more action, they may file a dependency, which is in a completely different courtroom. When that happens, we dismiss the truancy and we let the DCYF court handle it because you'll have two judges making two different court orders. There's no reason to have a truancy judge making a court order and then you have a magistrate on the dependency calendar. So that's usually where they go, or they'll do well when they get to court because then they don't think. Sometimes they don't take our threats a little bit seriously and they say, yeah, try me. And then they have to stand before the judge and then they're like, oh no, this is real business. I think I'll go to school. And then we do well at the end of the school year.
Just a quick age check of everybody in the room. We were always threatened by my parents to go to Sakanasset. Anybody? Okay. Just
Yes.
checking your age.
Drive by
Anybody
the
doesn't know
highway,
what
my
that
mother
is,
would
then
say
you're
that's the bad
probably,
kid's
younger
school.
age, or
So-
perhaps come from out of state.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So.
Amy, did you have something you wanted to?
We can't sign ourselves out if we're 18.
Yeah,
We have to get like a parent now.
I was going to add to that.
Yeah.
So students are not allowed to sign out of school.
They changed that?
Yes. Yes. So you do need to have permission from parent or guardian to leave school. So.
Could have done that last year. That would have been very helpful.
Sorry.
Better late than never.
I had a couple of quick questions. So just to clarify, on page 6 of the presentation, the ride absent rate ones, so this is probably a Ken question, and going off of the one that we were talking about, which is like our goal of trying to be part of that percentage that, I don't think I actually have that paper. Hold on.
Do you want me to- I can flip this?
No, it's not. It's in yours, but we don't have it.
That one?
Nope, the next one. Maybe not. The one that had like what our goal was and compared to other state.
Skip
The
Yeah,
other
so
one.
the next one. Nope, next one. Keep going. One more. Keep going.
Maybe I'll-
Right
yeah,
there.
that one.
Yes.
So just to clarify, so our numbers on this chart, excused, unexcused, does not matter.
So correct. So it's either you're absent, you're absent. That's the way RIDE takes the data. So our chronically absent percentage right now is 12%. We're the blue. The state is at 20%.
Yeah. So just like, so I guess it's difficult to, we can't really tell, right? Out of this, I guess what I would be curious about is knowing, like, out of our block, like, how many of ours are unexcused versus excused? Because if they're legitimate excused absences that are negatively impacting this ranking, like, what are we going to do about that? Like, you have a student that's chronically medically ill, they need to go to a doctor's appointment every month, they're in that number. And so
Yeah.
I don't understand why that would be like that
So
at the state level.
right. So when we look at our data and we look at who our students are, obviously those students that may have medical reasons because they can't be there, we work with the family to be supportive and support them with what they need. but it's a different type of support. You're not saying you have to be in school. You're supporting them what they need because the child's not there medically, having reasons for that. And then we're working with the students and families that are unexcused absent. There might be struggles or challenges and barriers that are there that we need to support them on.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm just saying, I guess, like, it could potentially be an unachievable goal if the majority of the students in that number are excused.
It's a legitimate point what you're making.
Yeah.
It is. It's a struggle that we go through because the reality is the health and well-being of our kids is always going to come first before this.
Yeah, like we're not
information.
gonna.
Like, we all know that. But the reality is that, you know, when it comes to this work, much of it is done on a very small, like individual level
basis.
because every single student has unique circumstances, if you will, and so that work that needs to be done in that way with students and families. But your point about the data being that way is absolutely true. There are circumstances involving unexcused absences versus excused absences. Some of these excused absences are absences that are, excused absences are absences that should happen for the health and well-being of students. That will not necessarily bear itself out in the data we're reporting. And so that's just a reality of the, I guess, the collection system.
Yep. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
And just to jump on that a little bit, we do that really well here, meeting with each individual parent and each individual student. Like I said, I meet with a lot of the other truancy officers, and they're surprised when I tell them that I meet with all the parents and all the families before we file truancy. A lot of the other districts don't do that, and I think that's reflective as to why our attendance really is good statewide. All the schools do it, not even just involving me. Even before I'm brought in, they do a really, really good job at meeting and meeting with the families and the students.
Thanks. And I guess my only other question would be, and obviously, like, we have a goal of trying to, I can't remember what's good or bad. Make it better, right? Increase, right? Is increase good?
Decrease the chronically absent.
Yes, decrease, good. What resources do we feel we would need, or are there any policy changes that would need, like, you know, kind of what at the school committee level should we be aware of that would help us get to that goal? I saw a couple of the schools had it in their plans, but not all, and so I was curious kind of on what we should be aware of and what we could potentially try to figure out in this next year.
It's not accounting.
And so we can gather that information and
Yeah.
see if there's any additional resources that may be needed.
Yep.
There's none that I have right now to come and ask for, but I can talk more with the principals in the schools and find out if there's additional support services that they may need to support the work that they're doing right now.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful because to me it seems like you all are doing a good job, right? That you're working with the schools, we're really actively working, and I know that the building administrators care very much about this and making sure students get to school. So what I'd be curious about is like what's needed to kind of help us reach that goal of getting the number to a place that we would want it to be, because it's clear that we're doing a lot and that's great, but I'm curious to know that. So yeah, if we get some follow up on that would be great.
I'm curious to know too, do we have any idea historically what our percentage of excused absences has been? Because like, are we talking 1%, are we talking 6%? Like, that would just be, I know that's not predictive information, it would be helpful to know, like when we're talking about trying to close that gap, is that a gap that it's likely that we can close just based on historically with a student population of 3,500, you're bound to have a certain percentage of absences there.
Right, and we can look at that. I mean, we're going to have, you know, a percentage of students that have excused absences that, you know, we can't do anything about because it has to do with, you know, medical reasons. That's always going to be there. I don't have those historical numbers right now, but we can look at how we can pull that data and look at it to do a comparison of past years and where we are now to show if there's been an increase or decrease in each of those categories.
Yeah, I'm just more curious, like, because like, so we've seen great improvement here,
Mhm.
right? And so that's awesome. And so like, is it realistic to expect another decrease in that same percentage, or are we always going to have 6% of our students excused
Right.
absences, so that we're not going to be able to get below
Mhm.
whatever that threshold is?
Yeah.
That's just what I'm curious about.
I would say realistically there's going to be that small percent, just knowing our student body across
Yeah,
the
and
district.
I'm just wondering if
and
it's
we're-
small 2 or is small 8.
Right.
Like, that's kind of what
Yeah.
I'm wondering.
Go ahead, James.
Ken, thanks. So obviously we're talking about students missing educational time. I missing the entire school day, about 6 hours. There's also the other, maybe twin tower, if you will, problems is tardiness. I notice it like at our school, it's a chronic problem, and many of the same students are usually late to school. Do we have any numbers or data on what that might be, like chronic tardiness? Because, they might not miss an entire day, but they're missing maybe 1, 2, 3 periods of that day.
Yeah, that data, I don't have that in front of me, but that data can be pulled through Aspen, looking at how many tardies we have at each school, each grade. So,
And is that reportable to RIDE? I forget if they
so
require
RIDE, they're just collecting the
absentee
absenteeism.
rate. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
Just one, sorry, Ken. For the excused absences, is it excused if a person calls and says, my kid is sick, or is it documentation? It's not clear to me from the policy.
It's documentation, as far as I know.
Yep. So again, I can't remember if I brought this up last year, but it feels like I would have.
Changed. I
Yeah.
thought we have an unofficial policy of
I thought it was.
a excused absent. We had the nurse talk about it. We had where because not everybody has the ability to go to the doctor, and so we didn't want to penalize people for not being able to go to the doctor. So I thought for like a limited time period, you could excuse without that doctor's note.
So we make a note on Aspen. It's still by policy on excused absence, but we make a note to say that we had a parent phone call versus an unexcused absence that didn't have a parent phone call or any documentation. And what that does is that helps us with the makeup of the work, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just thinking. That does help. I just was thinking about maybe that's something, and I'm sure it's on some list for the policy subcommittee at some point. But looking at that a little bit more, because I think a couple things have changed, and we obviously want to make sure that students are going and getting medical attention. But also, I think the threshold of when we send students to school or don't send students to school is a little different now. And so, I know. At my children's school, there's some students that are medically compromised, and we've gotten notes saying, please do not send your kids even if they have a small illness. And I'm not going to bring them to the pediatrician for that because it's not pediatrician worthy, and they're overrun with people at their appointments. But I also did not know, honestly, that my children were being marked as unexcused when I did
Well,
that.
I think it's best for us to go back and look
Yeah.
at the policy and how it's
Yeah,
being
that's what I'm saying,
implemented
yeah.
across district, each of the schools. So.
Yeah, I think it might be just worth a look. Because also I know there's another side of that, of course, but I think at least making sure that our families are aware of what that looks like, because some might be under the assumption that it's being marked as excused because they called and said so-and-so sick, but that's probably not the case. So it could be partly policy and partly communication. And then obviously there's the other cases that we were talking about. But so just good information and something we can take a look at as a committee. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just have one on the state law, and this just might be reading it wrong. It says that if the child has a physical or mental condition of the child was such as to render his or her attendance at school inexpedient or impractical, or that the child was excluded from school by virtue of some general law or regulation, then attendance is not obligatory, nor shall a penalty be incurred. So it seems strange that they're including them in there, but they're waiving them over here. So the students who have chronic medical conditions really don't have a mandatory attendance requirement. That's how I'm reading it, in the same way that other students would, but yet the state is saying in this data that, well, we hold them all accountable.
And I would say there's no way of identifying that within our student information system of when the attendance goes in and what gets pulled, to RIDE on a daily basis.
Right.
And I think
Required documentation.
It still requires documentation. So people read that and interpret that to mean, oh, my child has a disability or disorder. The attendance doesn't matter to that. It doesn't count. But they still have to have documentation of the why they're not in school. It's compulsory education. They have to show why. And the documentation needs to have dates and not a big blanket note.
Right.
And then I think in legal sense, accountability would be some type of consequence.
Right, but also what Dr. Santos is talking about is when we provide compulsory education to those students that are out for long periods of time, and then that education is provided back to them through the school department.
Yep.
Kids can apply for homebound tutoring services, things like that.
Yeah, so, okay, any other questions?
For them, they're not being held.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you do for us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I thought that was okay, and so we have one more presentation, and so I will again turn it over to Dr. Duba for the GPA and class rank presentation.
Yes, Ms. Finkelstein, our high school principal, is here tonight to provide more information to the committee regarding GPA and the classification of class rank.
Great.
All right, good evening, everyone. So I have a very brief presentation. Feel free to stop me and we can just have a conversation. But I just put something only because we have had multiple conversations. So I just want to kind of start from the beginning. So in 2017, as you know, North Kingstown High School eliminated class rank, and the reasons for those were as follows. Some of the study that was done by the committee at the time presented that their study revealed that rank led to, increased student anxiety, strained relationship between students, teachers, and families. It was like 1.22 and 81.3 versus 81.79 kind of conversations. There were some unhealthy conflicts and a decreased focus on essential learning outcomes. That was part of the study that was conducted. There was also a trend of students that was seen that were choosing courses based on what would benefit their GPA versus classes that may be of their interest. One of the examples that were highlighted in the study was there would be students, they would not take, right now we have peer-to-peer class where some of the students work with special ed students, and that's kind of blocked out in their schedule. Some students would not choose to do that because they were so concerned about how that would impact their GPA. So they would take an AP class over working with the population of students, which they were really good at and were interested in. GPA difference for rank is in fractions. So just to give you an idea, someone who ranks, because our school is such a high-performing school and our students do so well, a student that has rank 12 versus 35, they're very close in GPA. But when you do rank, if colleges are looking at the rank, they're saying a number 12 versus 35. But then they are actually, what they found was the GPAs were really close. So for all those reasons and other reasons, I just wanted to give you a summary. It was presented to the school committee, and a rank was eliminated with the condition that valedictorian and salutatorian would remain as a part of that. So I know that a couple times ago when we were here,
Just one clarifying question, just so I can wrap my brain around it. That happened in 2017, or that happened for the incoming first-year freshman students of 2017?
No, it was eliminated in 2017, and it affected class of 2020.
So the incoming 2020 class.
All right,
correct. Thank you.
Yep.
Who just graduated last year?
Correct. Well, no, it was
Class
class
of 2020.
of 2020.
Oh, the graduating class.
Graduating class of
Okay, sorry, I
2020.
was saying incoming. So it was, so it was the okay. I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I know that a couple times this has been brought up at the school committee, so we thought it would be a good idea, because the research and the study was done so far in 2017, we figured we would do something to bring back here. So last year we had conducted a quick survey about school rank, class rank, with our colleges that our students most frequently go to. So this survey was sent to the college counselors that we work with, and about 43, there were 43 responses, and it was just about how much do you consider class rank, and what are some of the things they are seeing with class rank now in 2023. We did this in 2023. So out of the 43 colleges that responded, 21 of them said they don't consider rank at all in their consideration of applicants. 13 of them said, if you provide us the rank, we will look at it, if you give it to us. Most of those 13 also said, you can provide it to us, we will look at it, but we don't really take that too much into consideration as far as admissions are concerned. Some of the 13 did say it will benefit top 10 or top 3. 2 of the 43 said that they would use it for scholarship if you provide. It's not for admissions, but they will consider that rank for scholarships or entry into some sort of an honors program, or sometimes our students asked to be enrolled in double majors. That's when they would kind of consider looking at rank, if provided. Colleges will look at rank if provided. Once again, most of them do not require rank. So our current practice, because we have done, a few different versions, so I just want to clarify, what do we do now? So currently, rank is not published on school transcripts. Class rank is not calculated until students' second semester of senior year. That we still have valedictorian, salutatorian, and then we did add top 10 2 years ago upon the request of the school committee. And this is all determined based on weighted GPA of students. This was done, and we do believe we want to celebrate and acknowledge our highest achieving students. So that was kind of the purpose of why we had decided to go with top 10. Valedictorian, salutatorian was always something that was supposed to remain. So we don't run the rank until we need that, which is in the second semester of the senior year. That's when those are finalized. So rank is provided to students and families, again, upon request. We can provide that information to them, but again, it has to be after the second semester of senior year, because that's when we actually would run the numbers. And then if rank is required for admissions, which I will say we have never, since we have eliminated rank, we have never been in a situation where without rank a student is denied admissions. If that is ever the case, we always advise them to contact the school counselors, and we will provide them any information that is needed if that is stopping a student from getting admitted or getting a scholarship. A lot of times colleges will say, that's fine if you don't rank, can you provide us with information on what percentile the student falls in? And that's never a problem. We're happy to provide that. And then I just wanted to kind of point this out. So this is our mission statement, right, for our school system. Our mission is to educate students to become intellectually active adults, to inspire them to reach individual excellence, and to challenge them to become responsible members of society. And so we really believe that we try to inspire every individual student to reach their own individual excellence. So it may be academic, it may be something else. So we really believe that. That's our mission. And so we believe that maintaining a focus on class rank kind of runs contrary to that mission, right? So we believe in individual excellence, and so having the ranking system kind of says, you are ranking yourself against your peers. And so that we believe runs contrary to our mission. We do recommend to keep our current practice, which does include recognizing top 10 students, recognizing the valedictorian and salutatorian. We will continue to provide rank for students and families upon request. Again, it has to be done at the second semester of senior year. That's when all the numbers are finalized. That's when the most accurate information is available. And then any colleges or military that ever requires rank for admission or scholarships, we will process that through the school counseling office. So that is all I have for a short presentation, and I figured I would answer any questions or conversations.
Great, thank you. Questions from the committee?
There's a question. Please. So where we have families request a class rank, they're allowed to do that but it's in the, is it the first semester?
Second semester
Second
of the
semester.
senior year.
Senior year. At what point in the second semester?
Like early second semester. So I want to say.
February?
Yep, at January end, February beginning.
Is that enough time to use that, employ that perhaps for college admissions and applications?
So if, like I said, if they need some information prior to that, we are happy to provide that information. We just don't run GPA calculations until the second, because that's when it's most accurate.
Is it possible then, if somebody wanted a class rank and the school would request or require it, say military school, whatever it may be, second semester, junior year, let's just say, is that possible to process that request at that time?
So it is possible. That's not currently. We don't run the rank until the second semester of the senior year. So we
Okay,
don't.
So there's no earlier processing other than beginning second semester, and that's upon request?
Correct.
Or based upon need?
If there's an individual student need, where a student, like Shivali said, if there's an individual student need where they present a circumstance where their individual goals, programs, opportunities, etc., presented that with rank being an important part of that situation, the school would absolutely work with that student and that family to provide that information.
Like I said, the colleges will say if you provide us with the percentile, that is normally something that they are happy to have.
And
they don't
that
necessarily.
could occur in the junior year?
That can
percentile?
occur. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the same information that we got last time when we talked about this, and so I think what I'm having a hard time like grounding myself in is that we have gotten questions and feedbacks from parents in the community and students that they feel for them to inspire them for individual excellence, being able to have access to this earlier in their career would be helpful. And so what I was curious about and don't quite see here is what the conversations were at the high school and the administration about why we would prevent that within this rationale, like as far as best practices and things like that. And so that's what I was hoping to look for. Like I understand like where we are. I don't honestly fully agree with some of it, because I think the top 10 piece and even the valedictorian and salutatorian piece kind of doesn't align with what we're saying. But so that's what I was most curious about, is like, what's the rationale for why that is? And I believe also in the last conversation we had, we were looking for some information about what the technology pieces with Aspen was as far as being able to run this easily, because I think one of the things that I very much heard you say was that we didn't want to be, running Google spreadsheets and different things, if we're, those sort of different things, and so I thought we were going to get a follow-up on that as well. So those were the two areas that I was hoping we were going to hear from today that I'm not quite seeing.
So was one of the questions if we could possibly run the rank calculations earlier than the second semester of senior year, correct?
Yeah, I think the question was, like technology-wise, is it even possible? Yeah, like, is it even possible to do that and suppress it from students being able to see it? So I don't know.
So could it be, can you have class rank being calculated where it's in Aspen somewhere that the guidance staff can see, but it's not printed out on transcript, so it's not visible to students? Like the information's there in the background, so if needed, it can be provided.
Yep, we can certainly do that. We just don't run the calculations currently until the second semester of the senior year.
Yep, I think.
But can we run calculations earlier? Yes, we can.
Yeah, I think what's missing for me is, last time you were here, if I'm remembering correctly, like we didn't know if that was technically possible, and so I feel like we were supposed to have somebody look into whether or not that was technically possible to be able to do that or not, because the question that we're being posed by the community is, if my kid wants to know sophomore year, why can't they know sophomore year? And what I heard from you all is there's two kind of main drivers for that. One is kind of educational philosophy and those reasons that you were talking about beforehand, and the other was technology issues. And so I was hoping to have more like data to back up if we're sticking with our current practice about why we are not able to like facilitate or give students what they are and families what they're asking for.
I think there are
Earlier in
two
their
separate
career.
questions, right?
They most certainly are.
One's in the educational
Yeah.
philosophy, right? And that's what we're providing, the educational philosophy.
Yeah.
The other is, can it be done? And what Ms. Finkelstein is saying is, yes, it can be done and it can be provided to them. It's just right now, we're not producing that until
Yeah.
the second semester of senior year.
So if the school committee decided tonight, which that's not, but like say hypothetically, the school committee decided tonight, we want to let any student that wants to see their class rank be able to access it once a year at the end of the school year. They can put in an official request and get it. What I'm hearing technology-wise is that we could be able to we could do that in Aspen, and that could be technically possible. Because last time you all came, there was a question about whether or not that was possible, if I'm remembering.
Yeah, because the switch had turned off
Yeah.
when the decision was made, and so right now there's no calculation.
We were like running it in like a Google spreadsheet or
So
something.
I think the question is, if we decided today, could that switch turn back on so that it could be calculating somewhere, regardless of whether or not we're showing it to anybody? I think that's kind of what we want to know.
So I think we're saying that, yes.
Okay, so we have
that
more
could-
information.
We don't
in the
recommend
answer.
it.
Yeah, no,
but
and I
but yes,
understand
it
that's
could be
not the
done.
recommendation, but.
So then the second question is, again, like, why aren't we recommending that?
So-
Because I totally understand why we are not going full class rank. I understand what you're talking about with the inspire individual excellence, and I understand that, and I would like to support whatever we're saying. I'm just really having a hard time understanding the why, for why it's bad for some students if they want to know what their rank is to be able to get
Because
it.
rank is either you have it or you don't. It's a commitment of values.
Yeah.
That's what a decision to keep class rank is. It's a statement of values. And I think that going back and looking at this a little bit, myself, and looking at the reasons for why class rank was removed, because the committee made a conscious decision to remove class rank. They looked at reasons why, and they looked at mental health of students. They looked at the kind of relationships class rank was driving between and among students and adults. They looked at things that were coming about where Ms. Finkelstein referenced, which is an absolute true thing, students who were steered away from taking classes that they had personal interest in or even like a civic interest in because of the pursuit to gain the most points.
Mm-hmm.
From a values standpoint, I'm not sure that's the kind of school we want to be. I think we want to talk more about education as being not just about numbers and about accumulating points, but rather about academic rigor, absolutely, and we offer academic rigor and then some, but also looking at, there's more aspects of education than just that, and we feel in the conversations we had that rank kind of pushes against that.
So why are we honoring top 10 and valedictorian and salutatorian? That's the part that I can't understand
Well,
the both.
I think that the point there was, that was something that was brought, Valencel's always been there, right?
Yes.
Valencel was never removed.
In our district.
In our district, right, Valencel was never removed. Top 10 came about
2
last
years
year,
ago.
2 years ago. Again, it's a recognition of high academic achievement. It's a,
Correct me if I'm wrong, did the top 10 come back as a result of a school committee request?
Yeah, it came back because there was some feedback from the community that we celebrate and we honor our athletics, our music, our arts, like we recognize like the top in all of those, but there was no recognition aside from 1 and 2 of the top 10 and that other, neighboring communities do it whether or not they have class rank. And so, to be able to celebrate those
I think,
top
yeah.
10, that's why we voted at that time, the committee, I think I'm the only one who was here.
No, I just got on here.
That's why we voted to do that.
I think for me, and we can talk about it later if this is the presentation, but I think like my question is like, that doesn't align with our values. If we're saying like individual excellence, like somebody's individual excellence could be just reaching graduation. So like, why are we honoring those who reach the highest and not honoring, I'm all here for honoring academics, but like, why is it just the top 10? So that's a different, I don't know, that's where I'm stuck on the presentation.
It is very, and I've talked to other schools that don't do rank, and really comes down to, it's really hard to do some of it and not all of it. And so it was top 10, and it was like valedictorian, salutatorian, then it's top 10, and now it's like, can we, So it's really hard to do half and half with rank. It's either you have rank or you really don't have rank.
But we have half and half.
Right. So we're doing half and half. So it's just constantly a question because
And I
we
would
do
say
some
that,
of it.
To answer your question, it goes back to a decision that the previous school committee made of having that there. It's not a decision that was made by the high school.
And not to put you on the spot, Shirley, but
Nope.
right now the recommendation is to continue the current practice.
Yes.
Is that truly your recommendation to continue that, or would you prefer to go back to nothing?
No, this is our recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is half and half, which is what I'm hearing is not the ideal situation. So that's why I just want to make sure that
Mhm.
that is the educational philosophy.
Well, again, I think that a piece of this too that we got to remember is that we're asking a question about when it's available,
Yeah.
which is a key question of this whole thing, because when rank is made available to students before second semester of senior year, like I think what we're talking about here is recognition of students at the end of their academic career. Of you've achieved academic excellence according to our GPA, and we're going to recognize you for that. But students getting feedback continuously about their rank, it changes the dynamic significantly.
I agree. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's an important piece of this too, because those two things are a clear difference. To getting it in the second semester of senior year versus getting it upon request at the end of freshman year, sophomore year, etc. So I just want to point that out.
The only thing that I struggle with, and really, like, I don't have a strong either way, is like, what if I am a student who does thrive on a challenge and I want to have, like, why can I not personally have that? Like, that is my, like, the opt-in, like, why, that's the one thing that I struggle with. Like, if it is available, why can I not have it? And that's kind of where I...
Yeah. So it is available, but at a certain time.
Well, let's
like
just
Rob
assume
said,
for
towards
argument's
the
sake,
end.
we turned the switch on, like, and it was there.
So that's a good point. If I were to have a conversation with somebody about that, I would say there's a number of ways academically in our high school to be motivated and to achieve the goals. I mean, with the coursework we offer, with the schedule we have, with the high level of achievement, just the environment that's at the high school. And I understand the rank is a number, and it's kind of simple and it's like measurable and things like that. But there is so much to challenge yourself within the program of studies that we offer at the high school. That there's, I would say that there's plenty of motivation there to push yourself academically. That's and I understand it may not be as like black and white as a rank number, but it is like still very much a thing.
Can I put Maggie on the spot as a high
yeah,
achieving
yeah,
student?
yeah.
Okay.
I have a couple things. One, you get every semester you get your transcript and it has your GPA on it, and it's a number, and it's not very hard to like figure out where you stand. It's like I'm in sophomore year. A bunch of my friends and I talked about like our GPAs, and like I could figure out like where in the class I stand. I'm not top 10, but I'm up there-ish. And I've known where I've stood since sophomore year. Like, even though I don't have a direct number, I think that a direct number might have actually hindered my applications to colleges. Some of my friends, we have kids going to University of Chicago, MIT, Brown, and they all did that without class rank. And some of these kids are not top 10, and I think that like some of their applications might have been hindered by the fact that they're not. Also, I talked to my friend, actually, I knew this was coming up, so I talked to my friend at SK. He's a senior, he's insane, he's like second in his class. And he says that having class rank really impacts the relationships that students have with each other, and it makes it so much more competitive, and like one bad test can send someone into a spiral. And he actually wishes that he didn't have a class rank. And kind of building onto like what Mr. Mezzanotti's been saying, taking classes. Right now I'm in AP chemistry. I'm not good at chemistry. I would not have taken that class if I thought it would like impact my rank. But because we don't have that, I felt like compelled to take it because it's interesting, and because I like chemistry, and I've actually learned so much this year that I wouldn't have learned if I had just taken a different class because I was worried about where I stood amongst my peers. So.
Any other questions? Thank you, Maggie. For Shivali, because this is, I just want to be cognizant of time, and we're not doing great by any means.
No.
And this is actually not on for business later on this agenda, so I think it's a good presentation and then some good conversation, and then I would recommend we move on unless anyone else has questions for Shivali at this point.
Yeah, the only thing that I think is, again, I feel second semester senior year is a little bit late. But then again, I'm a type A, and I knew what my class rank was from freshman year all the way through. And that did cause a lot of anxiety, and it did definitely decide what classes I was taking and which ones I wasn't, because I didn't want to risk dropping down. But I think we need to have that available if a parent asks, like at the end of freshman year, where's my kid? You know, so that they can either intervene or maybe say, okay, how about that career alternative pathway that the school is offering? Maybe that's a little bit more appropriate for you than the college end.
Well, career and college can be the same thing. We don't want, like, we can also make, kids going to a career pathway also can very highly achieve.
Right. Well, but I'm not saying that the career pathway, you know, maybe they've decided at this point, I really don't want college. I don't want to keep up this level of work. You know, maybe that's an option for them that they would be happy doing, but they're being pushed towards that college degree. And I think as long as they're able to get that at some point, and I think it has to be earlier than the second semester of senior year, you know, and I'm sure every program has the students who excel and who are in the middle and who are on the bottom, but I think it's a big decision with the parents too, to either light the fire a little bit more, or, you know, let's think about this.
I'd like to see an earlier opt-in,
Right.
so those that are motivated by it, and then, you know, that's what we do. We just look to see where we were on absenteeism vis-a-vis RIDE. They kind of give us an idea where we are. You take standardized tests. There's percentiles. Where's your kid in the percentile? We give you an idea where they stand academically. Obviously, there's downsides to it, but if we allow students the opt-in, then those who want it, but just a little bit earlier, I would think, than to second semester senior year. Thanks.
I will say we do print GPA on their transcript at any time. So like that is, I know like Maggie, you said it's not ranked, but it's a number. So students, we have, statistically, we have about 50 to 55 students each year, roughly, that fall in the 4.0 or higher GPA. So that's, and we do print our percentile breakdown for our school on our profile. So it kind of just shows you like where the GPA is. So, you know, Maggie will be able to see herself on that curve. She wouldn't know exactly what point on the curve she is, but she'll be able to say that she's in this percentile where she's definitely in that top 30. So she'll be able to see that. We do have that available to students.
Any other questions for Shivali? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Move on to citizens' comments. We have two people previously signed up. The first one is Mary.
Mary Warbeck, Saunderstown, Rhode Island. Hello. I have a question concerning the eligibility of the North Kingstown School District for the school construction housing aid bonus incentives, which I asked in the last meeting and was encouraged to talk to our state representatives. And I understand that there are bills now up at the State House, with the Senate being very positive and the House being more problematic, to allow a district to receive the enhanced bonuses if a project were approved by June 30th, 2024, rather than having the requirement that construction start by that date. If these bills pass, I want to know if North Kingstown would be eligible, or will we nonetheless be excluded from the bonus incentives? What would passage of these bills actually mean for North Kingstown? Do we have any path forward with these incentives? And are these bills still up for play at the State House. For example, could the current wording that they changed it to still have a chance to be extended to, say, December of 2024? And would that make a difference to us in terms of being able to take advantage? The state bonds for these incentives were meant, and I quote, to ensure that every school district sees meaningful improvements to the condition of its public school buildings. So I hope you can answer these questions for me. And then just something else that came up in the meeting before this and this that I thought about. I was thinking about your CTE and machinist program and the D building and the conversations that went into that. And I would say that every single speaker that in the meeting before and this has touched on how that's such an important thing for the high school to be encouraging and to putting some money into.
30 seconds.
And I mean, for one example, I look at that wrestling team and there were all different shapes, all different sizes, different genders, and who would guess who would be positively inspired by that? And I think you really, need to, that 15% that's not college bound, I know you guys do the best you can for them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But if you can answer any of those questions about the bills, because I talked to Rep. Craven and several other people, and I get totally different responses.
Sure, we can definitely follow up. Thank you. Okay, next up is Pam.
Pam Panero, 710 Slocum Road. I like to write my speeches. I based my speech on the presentation without being able to hear what the committee said tonight, obviously, because I get to speak after the presentation. So I do appreciate the comments made by the school committee and their willingness to come up with a compromise. So take the rest of the speech for what it is. I based it on what I could read last night. I am so disappointed in the presentation on class rank tonight. After the last meeting where this came up, it appeared as though we moved the needle and there was openness to consider alternate points of view and a compromise. However, in this presentation, there was no acknowledgement or validity given to the community's feedback and personal experiences with class rank. This unwillingness to compromise appears to be extremely controlling and, in my opinion, is in bad faith. No new information was really presented here, and it was more just digging in on this stance on class rank. In this presentation, it is stated that maintaining a focus on class rank runs contrary to our school's mission. I disagree with this statement. The mission includes to inspire them to individual excellence, which to me means that if a student has a goal of being at the top of their class and they are motivated to improve, then class rank certainly should be allowed. And I do want to say, my personal opinion, we should always recognize the 10 top students, and nothing in my conversation about class rank will ever change that. Even if that means I don't get class rank for my kid, I still believe in the top 10 being recognized. We recognize everything. The academics should be recognized. There are many ranking systems in life. They may not be called rank, but it is essentially the same. We are ranked with our credit scores, impacting our abilities to get loans. We are ranked for our car insurance rates, which impact how much we pay. Colleges and high schools are ranked, impacting where people go. Ranking is not uncommon. It can certainly be used as a motivator. We, the community, took into consideration your belief that class rank increases student anxiety and strained relationships between students, teachers, and families by coming up with a compromise. So those who wanted to know had an option to seek it out. We also suggested that you could access rank one time a year if you wanted it, and at set intervals set by the school. My family values academic excellence greatly, and this lack of willingness to compromise to me is a complete slap in the face to our values. I also find it completely convenient that class rank was only on the agenda, although I'm glad you hope to put it there, as a presentation, and that it doesn't appear as a topic, so my words can echo in the silence without acknowledgement, without response, or without consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other folks want to sign up? Okay, we'll move on to the superintendent's report.
I will keep my report short for the committee, just looking at time. So an update as far as the transition plan and hiring of a new principal for Hamilton Elementary School. Ms. Mezzanotte and I, we've been meeting with the staff. We met with the PTO at Hamilton. We explained the transition has already started between Mrs. Clark, who has resigned and will be leaving, and the interim principal, Mr. Mitchell, Bob Mitchell, who was here as the interim assistant superintendent last year, is returning to the district as the interim principal for Hamilton. So he was in the building the other day. He's been meeting with Mrs. Clark. His first day at Hamilton will be next Monday, so he will spend a week with her before she does officially finish out her career with us here. There's going to be a coffee hour kind of meet and greet set up for families to be able to meet Mr. Mitchell. And I do believe when he was there the other day, Mrs. Clark had walked him around the building. So that's happening regarding the transition. Mr. Mezzanotte and I met with the staff last week to talk to them about qualities and characteristics that they're looking for in their next building leader, and we wanted to make sure that they had some input. We can't have everybody on the interview committee, but we want to make sure that we are getting input from the staff. We are doing the same with the families. We have a meeting scheduled for April 8th with the families that would like to come out and talk with us. So we are doing that just as holding some focus groups to get more input as far as what we're looking for through that application process. The position was posted March 18th, and the interview committee is being put together. Mr. Mezzanotte is leading that, and the interviews are scheduled for the week of April 22nd, with the goal to have someone to you for the May 7th school committee meeting, so we have someone to start the year off at July 1st. Some district highlights. I just want to point out that Reading Week has started across the district. Schools have met at different times, but this was the first week. So the schools are putting together activities to celebrate reading, looking for guest readers. If any of you would like to read, please reach out to the principals if you'd like to be a guest. I was over at Quinessa earlier today. I know Mr. Mezzanotte is going later in the week. It was great to be in the classroom reading to the kids. They had a blast. I think I might have had more fun than they did doing that. So that's happening right now. And the last thing I just want to point out is tomorrow we have professional development for the district. I am really proud of the work that we're doing, the work that the staff has put together. Mr. Mezzanotte is working closely with our wellness committee and putting the agenda together for tomorrow. We are starting off the day with a guest speaker. She is Dr. Kayon Murray Johnson, and she is going to be speaking with all of the staff across the district, meeting at the high school in the auditorium, and it is a conversation on diversity and equity and belonging, the importance of belonging and being a member within our schools, within our community. The title of her presentation is on where do we go from here. Ms. Inez and I have met with her earlier in the year. We are really excited about bringing her here tomorrow. So that's the kickoff in the morning. Well, there's breakfast, so the day starts with breakfast and then the speaker. And then the afternoon was put together by our staff. This is the first time in a while that we are putting together workshops that are being presented by staff as well as other people coming into the district, all around wellness, social emotional well-being, and just kind of taking care of yourself. So there are a variety of topics that our staff signed up for about social emotional well-being of students, of self, well-being topics for themselves. We also have additional professional development for them around retirement, and then some other PD about just teachers, staff teaching others about things you can do for yourself. So that's tomorrow. It'll be a fun day. We've heard back from a lot of staff. They're really looking forward to that. And we did put out an invitation to our school committee and town officials to attend the speaker in the morning. So hopefully we'll see some of you there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Duba? Okay, thank you. Moving on to routine items. First is to seal the minutes from the April 1st executive session. And as I mentioned earlier, we didn't take any votes in executive session today. Can I get a motion to seal?
So moved.
Okay, can I get it?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Move on to the consent agenda. Anyone want to exempt anything from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was looking to see if this is on the consent agenda. I do want to exempt E1 just because I have a question.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, can I get a motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda with the removal of D1?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, and then we'll go back to D1. Do you want to make a motion, Jen?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And then we'll open up to discussion.
Can somebody just explain what a 6-year course for high school means?
I have the same question.
Under here, under the environmental science AP course, it says 6-year course for high school AP science.
Not a license, 6 years.
It's a license, I think.
Yeah,
It's 6
so
year
it's
license.
6 year, that, I was gonna say, that goes back, that's the license that we're getting, it's a 6-year license for this course.
Okay.
Sorry, when you said it, I
I
went
thought
back
it was
and
a
looked, and
program. I
I'm
was
like,
like,
wow,
wow,
big.
you gotta stay back 2 years, but you gotta get a 6-year course.
they get a bachelor's degree when they leave.
I'm just trying to see if I find agenda-wise to move forward with that.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions? This is just, I'm assuming, procedural. Like as far as this is something we've already had in our last 6 years.
Yeah.
Ran out and we need to just re-up it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, that makes sense.
Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Moving on to special reports. Item A. Dr., anything that you want to note on that, or is
Nope.
it just there for? Any questions regarding the report that was presented regarding personnel? Okay. Moving on to financial reports. Anything there?
Posting for information for you.
Any questions from the committee?
Just if we could get that advertised moving forward.
So we're gonna look into, I did speak to our finance director about that. I believe it was by date right now.
But it wasn't even advertised within date, like it
Yeah,
was
so
just.
we'll look and see
yeah.
if we can, how we can manipulate that, so.
Yeah, because that's how we have been getting it. It's just easier to read alphabetical. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on that? Okay, moving on to subcommittee reports. I believe policy was incorrectly there, so we'll skip that one, correct, Ms. Lima?
That's correct.
Okay, and so we'll move on to building subcommittee. Ura or Rob?
Want me to share out on that? Yeah, so the building subcommittee met earlier to this meeting. We had a verbal report out on the test pits that were completed at the Wickford Middle School grounds earlier today to determine if we can use that land. And the verbal report is that everything is good. There was no findings of automobiles because there was talk that it was a junkyard at one time. We also talked about the proposal from Perkins Eastman and went through the timeline, and we'll receive the documents regarding new builds, renos, and costs by April 12th. And we'll come back to a building committee meeting on April 18th to review that, as well as capital improvement projects, to be able to put a recommendation forward for a bond to the school committee.
Okay, any questions from the committee? Okay, hearing none, we'll go on to the DEI subcommittee.
DEI subcommittee met on March 20th. The committee recently accepted new members for the first time since it was created in March of 2021. We received over 25 applications for the open spots, and this meeting was the first one with the new members. There were 16 of us there that night, which is the largest group we've ever had, and most excitingly, we had 4 students at the table. We continued our discussion on the proposed equity vision statement for the district with different insight and input from everyone. The conversation was respectful but also authentic, and it was a satisfying experience to see the progress that we've been making playing out in front of us. The subcommittee's next meeting is scheduled for April 10th at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to wellness. Debbie?
The committee met on March 21st here, and we had a presentation by the South County Prevention Coalition representatives, and they discussed strategies for us to create tobacco-free campuses for K through 12 schools. One of the things that we talked about was replacing punitive measures for tobacco nicotine possession with more restorative practices, such as a program called In Depth, which is an interactive education program that demonstrates the tobacco industry's predatory tactics and helps students find healthier alternatives than vaping while teaching them about nicotine dependence. It's 4 50-minute sessions, which can be used as one-to-one or an in-group. We also talked that they have available tobacco-free signage, so we can request it through the Rhode Island Department of Health, where they have both in English and Spanish signs that are on heavy cardboard stock for indoor, and outdoor signs are actually metal with pre-drilled holes so that you can install them. Again, if we want to order them, I have that information. We can always get those and get those up at the schools. There's another program called Catch My Breath, which is an evidence-based prevention program that is aligned for grades 5 through 12, and it can be tailored for each grade. The lessons are 35 to 40 minutes per lesson. The one big thing that we did all agree was that we, in the school policy, we were going to leave in parental notification on that, because we felt that that was very important, that the parents know their child was vaping or caught smoking. They also talked about cessation support. There's a program called My Life, My Quit, which is free, confidential, and it's geared for teens 13 through 17. You can either call them, you can text them, or you can go on a chat line with them, and they'll talk. It's kind of like a dependency where, like, I want to have a cigarette right now, and they're going to talk you through that. They also have availability of the Rhode Island Nicotine Helpline, which is for people 18 and older, but that might be something that we could put information on in some of the staff break rooms for the faculty to know about. The Rhode Island Healthy Schools Coalition, a representative came and spoke about some of the activities that they're doing. The North Kingstown policy, we talked about, as I mentioned, that the policy needs to be less punitive and more educational, and we agreed again to continue the parental notification and involvement with the student if they violated the policy. We're going to review the policies and at the next meeting come back with some further information, but we needed to get some current clarification on the current policy, which I spoke with Rob about because there was some confusion on it. And then the last thing that we talked about was the North Kingstown immunization profile. There was some concern about non-compliance dropping at about the 7th grade level, which is when the first HPV vaccine is due. And it seems that there's resistance to the HPV vaccine from parents, so they're opting out of getting that vaccine, which drops our numbers. And that also accounts for the decline in the 8th grade students, because that's when the second dose is due. So Colleen went and investigated the matter, and she did get back to me real quickly. She actually sent it to Rob, who forwarded it to me, where once they did some outreach and contacted parents and got the information they needed, we're now at all of our schools at 95% or higher, which is good. That's a really good number. And having been in college health, immunizations are incredibly difficult to get them all the time from the parents. The nurses have agreed that they're going to put in the newsletters some reminders to the parents, like, you know, get that information to us if your child just got an immunization. Don't forget to send it to us. So she's going to do a full report at that point. There were no comments from any citizens, and that was, the next meeting is, I think, May 16th.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
I have a question for you, Dr. Earl. Before we go on to unfinished business, is it possible to move up items C and D from new business while Dr. Sanko is here? Is that allowable, or?
Yep. Yep, 1 second. So we're good, everybody good with the reports, no questions for the reports? Okay, yep. And so you said C and D from new business, you said?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's, I'll make a motion to move unfinished, or new business, item C and D, to the next item on the agenda.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we can go to that one, next. Okay, so can I get a motion for item C?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, and then, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, we'll open up discussion and turn over to Dr. Duba. Anything that you wanna?
Yeah, I just, we had placed these on the school committee agenda for approval because they went over the threshold of what is allowable for us to purchase without approval, and so that's why that's on there.
Mhm.
And then we also attached a memo just acknowledging that it's something that we missed that should have been on here prior
For C1?
for C1.
Okay, any questions or discussion from the committee? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Right.
Okay, and then moving on to item D, can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, any comments specifically on that one?
Just same as the one prior, it was above the threshold, and so we needed permission, well, not permission, but approval from the school committee for this one as well.
Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then we'll go back to where we were
Thank you.
before, which is unfinished business, A. So can we get a motion for that, please?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
One second.
Second.
Okay, and so I will. Dr. Duber, anything, like we have some information, anything you want to present on either of those items?
Just the, for the first one, that is the fund balance, we just wanted to be able to provide to you what the fund balance is. We know that there was questions, you and I spoke, questions from the community regarding our current fund balance, and so we provided you that information, so that way we can review that with you as far as where we stand with what's in the fund balance, allocated funding and unallocated funding. We do have our finance director here as well.
Mm-hmm.
So this is about $500,000 higher than what was provided to us before. Can you explain that?
Yes, ask Leslie just to explain that note.
Is it okay if I stay here, or do you want me to?
Don't, yeah, sorry, thank you.
No,
If you
it's
wanna.
So, in reviewing this, so Ms. Phoenix and I reviewed it together in order to provide something that was a little bit more comprehensive based on some of the questions. And in doing that, we recognized that there was a $500,000 item that was listed in the original document from February that was actually just a transfer in, transfer out. So it's actually not anything that was would actually change the fund balance. So we removed it from the second document because it's just like a balance sheet transfer. So it was money for capital projects that was from the town that was put in the wrong fund, and all we did was transfer it from that fund to the correct 3201 fund. So if we wanted to leave it on that document, we'd have to show a transfer in of the 500,000 and then show that transfer out. It's a wash.
So, but that number has tracked all the way back through prior to February. So I guess I'm confused, like where that initial misrecording came from, like.
So that I will. That's what I'm saying. That I would have to get back to you on because where it started and where it came from, that I don't have and I can't speak to tonight.
Because we've been tracking $500,000 lower for over a year. Like this is an extended period of time. Like going back, because really, like the last real verified fund balance that we had came from Mary King, right?
Okay.
So every time we've seen a new one, I have gone through and I have checked every single transaction to tie it back to that.
Okay.
And so we've always tied until now.
Okay.
So I'm just confused where that $500,000 came from, and it makes me nervous.
Sure, and I'm happy to look into it. Like I said, this is really the first time that I've worked on this document. So my conversations with Ms. Phoenix, she and I were going through line by line of why things were on there, what there were. This was a conversation that she and I had and how we believed it needed to be appropriately reflected. I also had a conversation with our auditors about it just to make sure. But I'm happy to go back and just double check and try and confirm everything and get back to you on
and
that.
if you could show what that capital account balance is as
Sure,
well,
absolutely.
that might help
Sure.
answer some questions
Absolutely.
at the same time.
Happy to.
Okay.
Do you have a time frame? Would you like to have it for the next meeting? Would you like me to send it separately or prior to the next meeting? What would you prefer?
I think we need it before Wednesday, unfortunately,
Yeah.
because of, it's
okay.
tied into the conversations with the town. Ken, what, correct? Because we have our hearing.
Right, so we do have the hearing, they may ask about this.
Yeah.
As far as what the funds are. We don't have anything in this current budget that is having a transfer made for the budget, for the fund balance.
But there's
that
questions
would-
that keep referring to our fund balance
Yes.
and what it is, and
Mhm.
$500,000 is a big difference.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think where I'm concerned is the multiple different numbers that we've seen at different levels. So what the town has seen, what we've seen at prior school committee meetings, and then what we're seeing today. And so, totally understanding the transition and everything. I think my biggest question is just how much money do we have available that's allocated and encumbered versus not allocated or encumbered, and I think that's been the most important piece as we're making decisions moving forward regarding things that we might need to use it for. And so I think that's where I'm just hoping to get a little bit of clarity. So appreciate you all looking into it further. Other questions regarding fund balance?
So it's a wash, it kind of effectively went in the door and out the door?
Yeah, so exactly. So from my understanding, and again, I'll need to research this a little
Okay.
bit further because I certainly don't want to misspeak. From my understanding of what that money was, it was money that came in from the town that was assigned for capital projects that should have come in and gone directly into Fund 3201. But it was put into the general fund. So that what you see, that negative balance of that 500 on there is us taking it out of the fund and putting it to the correct fund. So the $500,000 still exists, it's just in a different fund.
So Fund 3201
201
is not reflected on this document?
Correct. So there's an assumption at the bottom of that document that says that that's just the general fund balance.
Right, so the way it was presented to us was like that 500,000 belongs in 3201, it doesn't belong over here. So
Correct, and that's exactly where it is. So it just should have never had the negative coming out of the fund balance because it was never actually in that top line fund balance.
So we effectively had a deficit then of about $500,000 that's kind of been floating around, but it actually, the money was still there, we just didn't have it accounted for.
No, it sounds
No.
like.
No.
This is
Absolutely
the
not.
balance. Yeah, it's the other
Well, I'm
one.
trying to grasp it, and I just want to
Yeah.
ask him, the finance director there.
So when money is transferred in from the town, you can allocate it directly into whatever fund. And again, I don't know exactly how North Kingstown transfers, so I don't want to speak exactly to it. But you could directly transfer it into that capital account, which is the 3201, which is probably where it should have gone. So it would have never been reflected. And this could have been a year ago. I don't know when that money came in. So I'll
was
have
it
to go back
usually-
and look to see when it originally came in, when that transfer happened, to see how it was allocated.
But
To
was
give
the money
you,
ever expended in the general fund, best you can tell?
not that I can tell, but again, I need to do some research on that. So please, I certainly can't speak to that.
No, yep. Any other questions regarding this? And again, I think the biggest thing we're trying to figure out is what's available, like completely not encumbered, completely not allocated for something specific, and then also having a really good understanding of what is in each line that has been kind of predetermined by other school committees, especially as we're looking to consider, we used a bit of it last year to fund the bond project, and with the bond not passing, that we had to absorb that. And so I think just having a really good understanding of where we are is super helpful. So thank you for looking into it more.
Sure, absolutely happy to do it.
Any other questions? Okay. And then moving on to we're still in A2. No, those are friends. Are we good on both A1 and 2?
Nope, 2 is
Different?
different.
A2 is
Two,
different,
yeah, so 2 is regarding the resolution from the town council that was
Jen,
recently.
did you make a motion for both at this
No,
point?
just A1.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I was
I'll
trying to
make a
get. I knew
motion
we,
to discuss.
yeah,
Sorry.
I just wasn't sure if she made a motion to take both at the same time or separate. That's what I was trying to figure out, sorry.
No, I'll make a motion to discuss
Thank you.
it too.
Thank you. Okay, And then we'll open up for discussion, turn over to Dr. Duba.
So this is in regard to a town resolution. It's in the packet from the town, excuse me, from the town council. This resolution states that they will be decreasing our town appropriation by $336,922, which is the same amount of money that we received in additional state aid from last year. So that additional state aid came in after the budget was approved. And I know we've asked Andrew to look into that as well, if this is
Legal?
legal and doable. So
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. And questions on this?
Can I add something before?
You certainly can.
Okay, so I did have a conversation with our town manager, Mr. Mollis, and I did speak to it because I was asking for more information regarding this. What does this mean? And so the way he explained it to me is what was approved by the town council, that this money will be put into a reserve for school purposes only. And if there is a need for us to request additional funding for the school department for our operational budget, we would have to go to the town council to make a request for these funds to be put towards our budget this year or our budget next year.
Yeah, great. Okay, that's interesting. Other questions?
So this was not the first year that we received additional supplemental aid. It had happened in the prior year as well, and this did not happen. Do you know why they did this year?
I do not know why. I don't have a reason or explanation as to why they're doing it this year and why they did not do it in the past. What was explained to me was that the town council approved a budget for us that we put through last year. So last year's,
This is the current fiscal year that we're currently in.
Yeah, this is this year. What I'm saying is last year, budget was put through by administration to school committee. That was approved. That was passed through town council. That was what we approved for this FY24 budget. We then received additional state aid, and so that additional state aid is above and beyond what we had said we needed in order to operate our district this year. And so they were making the decision to withhold that amount of $336,922 to put in an educational reserve for the school department that we would then have to make a request to have those funds. So they're not taking away our state aid, they're taking away that much of the town appropriation that was approved for us for this school year.
In April of the fiscal year that ends in 2 months. Okay, looking forward to hearing what you have to say, Mr. Hennessy, later. Or do you have a report for us now?
I can give you a preliminary report. That's not legal.
Okay.
Yeah. Rhode Island General Law 16.723 prohibits a city or town from, I'll read it, in no event shall state funds be used to supplant directly or indirectly any money allocated by a city or town for educational purposes. There's a number of cases on that. I have reached out to the town solicitor. I shared this with him. In fairness, he did give me a call back on Friday. We did not connect, but we will be talking hopefully this week and try and reach an agreement. We'll see.
Other questions?
So seeing as this is a resolution, should the resolution prove to be illegal, I would imagine the resolution would go away?
It would be void.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
So just to track the money here, the state and how it happens here in Rhode Island. State gives the housing aid to the town, or does it go directly to the school?
So,
and then the town turns it over to the school. I'm just trying to figure out which path.
Not the housing aid, the...
Yeah, so it's the funding. So basically what happens is the town appropriates an amount of money. In this particular issue, the state appropriated 300-something thousand more than they did. And what the town is saying, by my reading of that resolution, is, well, you got an extra 300, so we're going to reduce what we gave you, which is the exact opposite of what you're allowed to do under this Rhode Island general law.
Yeah, but by holding it aside in a separate account, just for educational purposes, perhaps they're trying to circumvent that particular statute.
I think circumvent is an appropriate term.
Yeah.
I don't think that would fly at all. Because they also, by law, don't have the power to dictate what happens with that money once it's been turned over to the school.
That was my question. Is it turned over to the town first?
Yeah.
Or,
Yes.
and then it comes to the school?
But when
So
the
that's
school
what they're trying
appropriates
to
it
do.
to the school,
Okay.
then it's the school's money.
Yeah, yeah.
But they
No
don't
back,
have the
no
power to stop
backsies.
it flowing through the school, right?
I'm just saying.
Yep. No backsies.
I don't know.
Well, we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Any other questions regarding this? And I assume we'll get an update from Mr. Hennessy, and then we'll send an official correspondence. If something will be something.
Yeah, and like I said, in fairness to the solicitor,
Yeah, no,
he did
that's
call me
fine.
back. We just haven't had a chance to connect.
Okay, anything else there? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. Item B. Can I get a motion? on that?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Do you have anything there before?
Yeah, no, this is in regards to our current budget that the school committee approved to put forward to the town, and then the town council had adopted a preliminary budget from the town manager. That preliminary budget that was adopted does reduce our, preliminary budget does reduce our request of the town appropriation to $61,359,855,000. I did have a conversation with Mr. Mollis, our town manager, regarding that, and those reductions are in 3 areas. One has to do with our state aid. When we put the budget together, we didn't include the MLL categorical funds within the state aid because we were unsure if we were receiving it or not receiving it. But also, categorical funds cannot be used to supplant our operating budget or our current educational program. It has to be in addition and beyond what we are currently doing. So I did have a conversation with him regarding the $56,154 that, yes, we are getting that through state aid, but that really wouldn't replace any part of a town appropriation. So I am putting in a formal request that gets added back in. The second item was in the area of the investment, reducing the town appropriation based on our investment line, and going back to what we originally, the superintendent's budget was to have the amount of, I believe it was $280,000 from our investment put into the budget. And that was another area of reduction. And the third was just reducing the budget by $50,000. So I would like to make a formal request that the $56,154 of the categorical gets put back into our budget. It's not taken out based on the state aid. We do need that money from the town for our budget for the following year. And I did have conversations with our finance director and looking at the banks and investments. And we would make a recommendation to go back to our original superintendent's budget of what we had stated to put into the investments line from what we are predicting would be there in the bank, the investment account for next year. And that way, we would only be a reduction of $50,000 based on what is being put out there towards us for a preliminary budget.
So
Questions?
do you have the data to support the investment income increase?
So we know that we can move that investment account to another bank with fixed rates. And so by having those fixed rates, then there would be, a guarantee of what we would be bringing in, which would be similar to what we brought in from last year.
And so I guess, but that's my, do you have the data that supports that, what we brought in last year and then what the extrapolation is for next year?
Right. Yeah, because we would look at what we had, and that was at 4.75%, and we know that we can go to another bank and move that, and it's at a higher fixed rate. So then, knowing what's coming in at a higher rate, the funds would be there.
Okay, so because we had talked at the last meeting about having actual data to back that up, so I was hoping to see that here. And then the other thing that we talked about was a list of your projected cuts if we did not get the full funding. Do you have that?
So, no, because it would have to be people. So we would have to start cutting staffing, and so we'd have to look at what we are putting in, and we were talking earlier, like we'd be looking at, we're adding in interventionists, we're adding in other positions. Those positions, we'd have to look and see where and what we would cut.
And has that been explained to the town?
As far as the cuts,
Yeah.
In conversation, yes. I mean, I made it known that if we don't, that's people.
I think that's what we were hoping for this evening.
So that would be people. If we're cutting 2 elementary interventionists, if we're looking at a clerk that we had put in, we have the DEI coordinator position we added. I wouldn't touch the special educator because that is required. The ML person is required. Like there are certain positions that are required by law. So I would be looking at the positions that are not required by federal or state law.
How much do you need to save?
So if we were,
if they accept the 56, what's the number?
Yep. So there's 50,000, which we know we can look at areas of within curriculum, and we may have to make we can make some adjustments within ESSER at the June amendment to put some additional curriculum in there, so we could do that. And there's about 50,000 that we already identified of what we would have to move in the June amendment to put into ESSER to cover that piece. But we can't put positions in there because the money's not going to be there for the year. So we would then be cutting some of those positions that I just mentioned.
No, that's what I was asking you for that $50,000. What
So
would you cut?
that 50,000, there are certain curriculum items that we would recommend putting into ESSER. We would do an amendment come June.
Other questions?
Is it possible to get that documentation before Wednesday?
We can put that together tomorrow and share that with you.
The investment income and the recommendation of what you would cut for that $50,000. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. C1?
Motion to discuss.
Second.
Okay. Dr. Duba?
Yeah, so this is information we shared out at the building committee regarding our school facilities plan. So we included the timeline of when we're going to receive the designs and cost projections for new builds of middle schools. If we were to have a new Wickford Middle School built, if we were to have a new Davisville Middle School built, what that cost would be, as well as renovations for each of the buildings. We think it's important that we look at that. There's been a lot of conversation over, can you renovate the buildings? I think, anything is possible, but we have to look at a cost analysis as well as a analysis on time and the impact on children and construction. If you're renovating a building, where are they going? So Perkins Eastman is putting that together. They know that this is very time sensitive. I shared this at the building committee. They have a deadline of Friday, April 12th to get that information to us, and we are scheduled a building committee meeting on April 18th, which was the earliest that we could meet to review with the building committee those site plans that they're giving us, as well as the cost estimates. And then from there, we can make a decision based on what the recommendation would be moving forward for future facilities around the middle school and recommendation for a bond.
Ken, we're going to have very specific projects for any CIP, right?
And for the capital improvement, we discussed that at the building committee today regarding capital improvement projects. That way we can be specific around costs. We kind of have in buckets of priority, but we're going to look within those areas, roofs, ADA, site work of what gets prioritized within those areas. That way we can put forward what the recommendation will be. We have to make sure that whatever we put forward includes a middle school. I think there's no question that we need to, specifically looking at Wickford Middle School, we need a plan for that school. And if it's a new build of the middle school and looking at future renovations at Davidson Middle School, we also need renovations across the district as well to our other elementary schools. High school priority right now is a new roof above the auditorium gymnasium wing. So that's a priority as well.
So The one thing that I think that we've asked for that we still haven't gotten is from an educational vision standpoint, like what the administration feels is the best path forward from a middle school standpoint, or even from the elementary school standpoint for the district.
Sure.
Is that something?
So what we would like to recommend, but we'd like to see the documents from Perkins as far as the design and the cost of it. We've had conversations of moving forward in the recommendation as far as an educational vision for the district of what we think would be best for the district and what we think also our community would support, would to continue it to middle schools. And the priority being Wickford Middle School, building a new Wickford Middle School for the educational programming of students there, and making sure that looking at the population, that building could support 50% of our population. So then that way, in addition to that, we can also look at the elementary schools and look at where students are going at their elementary schools to their middle schools. So we don't have students, for example, Fishing Cove going to TMS and some going to DMS, some going to professional school. But looking at consistency across the district and doing that, and also looking at how we can support the elementary schools with the overages. So looking at redistricting as well of our neighborhoods on the southern end of town, having to move close, more towards the northern end of town, and looking at the makeups of our elementary schools as well.
So I heard you
as
say,
the feeder schools to the middle schools.
I heard you say two things. I heard you say educational vision, and I heard you say what the community will support. Putting aside what the community will support, that's what you feel is the best educational vision?
Yes.
Okay, because I think it's important. Obviously, the community has to support it, obviously, but I would rather be advocating for something that you believe in as a vision versus just something that you think is being put forward because you think it'll pass. Does that make sense?
I completely hear what you're saying, and it does make sense. And I think our educational vision of what we want to see also needs to be something that's going to be supported by the town. We need the support of the town to do something. I'm not going to put something out there that the community is completely against, even though it might be something Dr. Duval wants. And as administrative team, we talked about that, and we talked about just thinking of this community and what we believe in as far as educating of our students, and having the two middle schools to support the students, as well as what we're also listening to the community as well. I think that's very important in creating that educational vision that we've been discussing and talking about.
Okay, so that's something that you as administration can rally behind and support and be advocating
100%.
What about any concerns in terms of equity between the two middle schools?
So as far as equity, we want to look at Davis Middle School as far as like renovations. I think that that building is solid. When you look at the building, it's had a new roof over the past 10 years. It has new windows. It has new exterior doors. We do think that within the building that there could be some renovation that could be provided to them. But as far as looking at an educational program, we still meet the needs of an educational program. There are needs around certain learning spaces for example, interventionists, social workers, school psychologists, of what those areas need to look like and needed. So we would have to do some reno within the building to support that. We've also talked about the gym. There's been a lot of questions around the gymnasium, of maybe that is something that we can put, look at and invest around the gymnasium, and that would support the school as well as the community.
What about in terms of population? Like right now we have like a large percentage of lower income population.
So that goes back into what I was saying about when looking at the new Wickford Middle School and the size, and looking at the population of students of who's going to what school, we would look at that, because I agree with you that we need to look at the population. There's a concern when you look at Knesset as well. We need to look at the population of our students and where they're going, and I think we could do a much better job balancing that out, which will support our students as well.
And I don't want to keep belaboring this, but just to touch on things that community will support. Our community has historically not supported elementary school redistricting. So if that's part of the plan, that's going to be a tough
And that's
sell.
something, but that's also something I think, I agree with you, yes, it'd be a tough sell, right? That's a tough sell to say we have to shift and move some neighborhoods. But I think if you look at it as it's a longer strategic plan for the future of our schools, and it's not something you're going to have to go do every few years. I remember when I taught here in the district, and in my 9 years of working here in North Kingstown prior to coming back, I saw and was part of Fishing Cove when it was just an early learning center. Then Fishing Cove was created into a K-5 building, and kindergarten went into all the schools. And then a few years later, we went to K-3 schools and 4 or 5 schools, and then it went back to K-5 schools. I saw that in the 9 years that I taught here. You can't have plans that are continuously change. You need to think of long-term planning of what are we going to do. And we started doing that, breaking down numbers and populations. Well, if you look at, okay, size of Wickford and the size of Davisville Middle School, and you're going to build it to support a certain population. Now let's look at the schools. You know, what's the population going into the schools that are going to feed into there? So that way, hopefully, what we can do is, you know, you're not having a split between populations. And then you can look at the northern end of town as well and look and see, okay, how do we look at where those neighborhoods are and what schools they go to, so you don't have all of the same population in one school, but look at 4 elementary schools that you have. It's the same. You know, you look at your middle school and your 2 middle schools. What are we doing? You know, and the goal would be so that way no school is split, but we might not be able to do that in the end if we're looking at how we're separating, you know, looking at balancing out populations.
And I think one thing we've said since the beginning is even if nothing happens, we still have to look at redistricting.
Yeah,
So that's still on
I
the.
heard that.
Yeah, that has been said
Right.
since
No,
day one.
absolutely.
So I just don't want that to get tied to whatever a new bond project is, because right now, I mean, the superintendent's had preliminary conversations. Right now, we're kind of holding off to see where does this land so that we can. But we've started the redistricting conversations.
Yeah, oh, no, I know, we've been saying that for a while, but, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
I think the superintendent, I agree with your analysis, I concur. We can't let very good or great be the enemy of perfect, the ideal. Sometimes we reach for the ideal if we don't have the public support behind it. Politics, as I've said to the chair, is the art of the possible. We need to make sure at least we get the support, but obviously we want to have good policy too. But I don't think they're actually mutually exclusive. Thank you.
Just one comment, just a reminder, the town voted down the combined bond. So again, we will never know if the combined middle school will be supported, so.
I disagree, Madam Chair, but we have our opinions on it.
Yep, most certainly do. But I do think that educational priority is the best part, and it sounds like we're deviating from that a bit, but with the hopes of getting to something. Any other questions? Okay, moving on to, just one note actually on the schedule, April 22nd is Passover, so I believe that this will be adjusted, correct?
Yeah, so that was just having a meeting of the 22nd. I know I sent I sent an email to you and Mr. Case regarding a meeting. So April 22nd is the start of Passover, so we'll have to look and see if maybe possibly the 23rd we have a meeting, or we got to look at the dates for the.
So the clerks will be sending an email out to the school committee to approve it because it's not on. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's what was in my email to you. Earlier, but
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, we'll have to change the date because it says week of April 22nd, but we'll look for a meeting on April 23rd.
And why? So there's a week delay between when we might have all of the information and when the building subcommittee is meeting. Correct?
That's the earliest they can look and find a date that would be available for everybody. So
okay.
It's vacation week too, so it's where everyone's schedules had fallen. When I looked at possible dates, it'd be the 17th or the 18th.
Are we not able to meet during vacation?
That is vacation week.
No, like, are we not allowed to have meetings during that week, like, for policy?
The school committee? Or,
yeah.
Well, I can't get the building committee to meet earlier than the 18th, and that's a Thursday.
Okay. I'm just concerned about the timing.
I mean, you can schedule a school committee meeting after the building committee on the 18th.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the next item. I believe we're tabling, correct?
Yes.
Or actually, we don't have language, but do we want to discuss this item?
Letter D?
C2.
Oh, C2.
Okay. Can I get a motion to table?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, moving on to the next item. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to, or I guess we're just
Yes.
Discussing?
It's just, yeah, there's no, it's just enough.
It was just information I was
Okay,
asked to
discuss.
put in, put this back on as far as what funds we have. You know, we
Wait,
had
hold
a-
on one second, I just need a second, because,
I'll second.
thank you. All right, yeah, we'll do, go ahead.
So we had Dr. Clark provided a presentation a few weeks ago. Mrs. Powell put together this attachment for you regarding the grants. So it shows what we received as far as funding between ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3. The total allocation was provided to the district of $6,171,797. We have spent all of ESSER 1. We have spent all of ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. We do have funds remaining, but what I want to stress, all of these funds are fully obligated. And we have until September to use the funds. So there's a lot of staffing, right? So you're going to have money left over in shows that has not been spent yet because we haven't fully paid out all of our staff for the year, right? So you're not going to see that. So we have right now in ESSER 3 that it has not been paid out yet of $2,455,373. All of that is obligated, fully obligated, written into the grant. We won't see that balance be reduced until the very end.
This is all the information we went over with Jody.
Yes, but do you want to explain why?
Yeah, I was at the budget hearing for the town, and further correspondence, follow-up from town councilors. There seemed to be some confusion in the community about how much is left, what we have available, how it affects the fiscal budget, et cetera. And so I just wanted Dr. Duba and the school committee to be really clear about it, because I felt as though it was clear previously, but apparently it was not, or not being, people were kind of thinking there might be money that is not being utilized. And so I just wanted to make sure that everyone at this table was very, very clear on the fact that we are intending on using every penny of the ESSER funds that is possible.
Yes.
And
it's all
yeah,
obligated.
There were questions. There were questions at the last town council meeting because I was there.
Yeah.
So there were questions, and I think the town finance director was going to reach out to you to discuss the ESSER funding and what was being spent. So.
Correct, which is the thing,
Right.
which is that document.
Right. So.
Okay, further questions? So that document will get sent to the town's finance director, or has already been sent?
We'll send it. We were waiting to after this meeting, so we'll send it. And I also have a town council member who requested more info as well that I'll share it with.
Okay. Thank you. I think one part of the problem is they track it on the state site, but the state site doesn't show encumbered, or, you know, it shows actually
Right.
spent,
Yeah.
and that might be part of the confusion,
That's
so.
the problem with just looking at information.
Yep, okay, thank you. Okay, anything else on that one? And again, we'll have that on an agenda item in June for, or maybe prior to June, the May or June.
Probably around May.
Yeah, so that we can make any adjustments as needed. Okay, moving on to the next item, MOU for school resource officers.
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay, do you have a second?
Second.
Okay. Just wanted to clarify that the MOU was signed by myself, and did you signed it too, Ken, correct?
I did sign it, yes, after you signed
Okay,
it.
yeah, so we both have signed it, so just wanted to clarify that because it was stated otherwise in the news.
I just wanted to.
That's the point of fact, it was not signed at the time the news story was printed, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I just want to say that I was really surprised to learn that the training had been taken in 2006 because the document that was provided to us had a date of 2022 on it. And I personally would have,
Which document?
the outline of the training that we were told had been taken had a date of 2022.
I think that was I think what was given to me was what was updated off the website, so it was provided what was there right now.
Right, I mean, the implication being that what we were reading was the training that the officer had received, and policing has changed dramatically between 2006 and 2022. And I know I personally would have had more questions had I known that the training had taken place in 2006. So it's my understanding that he is going
He's
to
registered for June.
Yep,
Okay.
registered.
And have you seen that registration?
I have not. I'm trusting I'm just gonna say, I'm not gonna ask him for it. I trust him. I'm not gonna.
I was handed a document that said 2022 based on training
That wasn't
was
a
taken in
representation of when he
2006.
got a
I'm
certification.
talking to the
I
superintendent,
understand.
But that
and
was-
I am concerned.
Mrs. Lima, that was provided to me from
That's not a
the
misrepresentation.
chief of police of what is on that, what was on the site, because I had asked for it, and he gave me what currently what the training currently is. And he had told me, and I also talked to our SRO, Officer Medic, and he had told me as well that he's registered for June. I believe them that he is going. I'm not gonna ask, unless you direct me to ask. I don't believe it's necessary
Will
to
we
ask
get
them
the certification
further.
when he's finished?
Oh, yeah, I would expect so.
Okay, then I would like to see the certification once it's complete.
Yeah, but I think it's defamation of character to say that there was a misrepresentation, because you cannot go back to 2006 and get what they did in 2006 up on their webpage. What you can get today is what they currently
What
have.
they could have said was that the training was taken in 2006, and that was not
Mhm.
stated.
It wasn't asked either, as far as I
The
know. He
assumption
said they had
being
certification. No,
that
there's
it
no
was
assumption.
given in
Well, let
2022.
me help you out here. I got a degree in teaching certification back in 1988. I'm still teaching. The SRO does
Have you had training
annually.
since then?
Of course, but I'm getting to that, please, allow me.
I don't need to allow
What-
you to
Great,
do
y'all,
anything.
Allow me.
let's,
Well, no,
Can
you
we
can
move on?
allow me, because I gave you the same courtesy, that's why.
no, everyone gets to talk, but
Miss
let's
Lima.
not
Yeah, Miss
skip
Lima.
it out. So James, you can
All right.
finish, go ahead.
So they do annual training over there, and it's part and parcel of this memorandum of agreement, which is non-binding. This is the irony of it all, is that if there's a mutually agreed upon training that he could take, they would take. Now, guess what? All of a sudden, he is actually registered for, and that's what I was told today by the chief of police, for the training again in June, which is I believe it's held in Rhode Island, of all places. So I just sense this animosity, and I don't care for it. I think it's misplaced. I think they've operated good faith. I think there have been misunderstandings. I'll give you that. I was very happy to see that this was approved unanimously. Very happy, very pleased. I was contacted, I'll let everybody know, just so it's on the record. I was contacted by the local reporter, Bill Seymour. So he wanted to comment that. I had some very nice things to say about the entire committee and the process. I gave everybody credit for it. Then I learned that on the Thursday, it wasn't signed, it was an opportunity to sign. I don't want to go in that, I want to move forward, all right? That actually caught me off guard. And what I was challenged by, in spite of the quotes in the paper, I think people may have this experience, is sometimes you talk to a reporter and you say things, kind of like casual conversation, and they end up in the paper, right? I should know better, right? But nevertheless, not a misrepresentation. I was frustrated, and I'll admit that, and I apologize for allowing my frustration to go out publicly. As in tonight, too, I apologize, and I'm frustrated. However, I will say that the other remarks about whether or not this document is valid or not, because it wasn't signed, was a legitimate concern that I have there related to our council. He thought it was more fruitful to just kind of move forward, and also said he didn't want to invest the time in trying to save money. I understand that. So I just want to move forward with this. We have something in place. I think it's a very good document. Any new SRO has to take this program, as well as annual training. Again, I'll emphasize, he's had annual training, not to mention the years of service he had, about 5 years here in the high school. He's also was an SRO at the middle school prior to that. I was a National Guardsman or something along. He had military training. He's very good with kids. We got a lot of good stuff in that MOU. I think we should look positively upon it and move forward.
This has nothing to do with Officer Medic. I have said it from day
Of course
one.
it does.
It absolutely
No,
has
of course it
nothing
does,
to do
because
with
going
Officer-
forward,
speak.
then you need to read the MOU, because it says,
I have
any
read
new
that.
person will get that training.
MOU back and forth. My point is, this has nothing to do with Officer Medic. This has to do with the position. And Officer Medic could leave tomorrow. I hope he doesn't, because I do think that he is the right person for that position. But it's to ensure that the person that comes in the next time has that training, hopefully sooner than 2006.
That has nothing to do then with the statement you made, because every new SRO is going to get that training.
And my point is, if they took
And that
it in
does guarantee it.
2006,
Yeah.
it does not apply to policing today.
Well, a lot has happened since 1999. That was when we had Columbine. So a lot of stuff was incorporated into that, and I'm sure a lot of good stuff. And he's had annual updates through the police department.
This is a fruitless conversation, because you and I have very different opposing.
I agree with that. You're
All right.
100% right.
Any other comments on this? Just to clarify, once more, that MOU is signed, and what we voted on stood, and that's it.
Just one point of inquiry, Madam Chair, if I could. Did the chief of police, has he signed it also, I assume, or?
Yes, he signed.
Okay, good.
All three parties have signed.
Good. Sounds good.
Okay. Moving on. Policies.
Let's see. So tonight we are seeing first read with revisions. I will make a motion to discuss 1, 2, and 3.
Second.
Thank you.
So BCF Advisory Committee and Liaisons, this policy was updated in December with the understanding that there would likely be additional revisions coming. Based on practical use of the policy subcommittee is recommending updates that clarify the membership application process as well as what happens when a vacancy occurs on the school committee. We're also suggesting that the term subcommittee be replaced with the word advisory committee, except where required by statute. We'll see this policy one more time before voting, and I'm going to recommend that we also add statements regarding obtaining permission from students' parents prior to their being videotaped, and regarding agenda for advisory committees being approved before the second read comes before us. BE, school committee meetings, revisions have been made to reflect when our meetings are held, the types of meetings and how they're conducted, the procedure for when meetings are canceled, the process for requesting agenda items, and eliminating the requirement for citizens to provide their address when making public comments. We'll see this policy one more time before voting. And KF1, community use of school facilities and grounds. In the course of looking up this policy to get information, I realized that there was an error on here from when the policy was updated in July. At the time, the intent was to charge the price to rent the middle school gymnasium for all profit groups to $25 an hour, but the way the document was printed, it appears that there's no charge for community and nonprofit groups. The revision today is to reflect the originally intended charge of $25 an hour for all profit groups, to clarify that language for all instances where the charge applies to all profit groups, and to add a line for elementary gymnasium usage that was missing. The effective date is going to be made to be effective 5/1, depending on when we actually see this again, to ensure no current rentals are affected, and we'll see this policy one more time before voting. Any questions on the three of those?
Thank you. Any questions? I think Mr. Waterman has one on F3.
On the F3 one, so the $25 an hour for all profit groups, should that fall under the column fee schedule B, which is for outside or profit?
And see the way that was, it should be, like, see how do you say, like here, $50 per hour for all profit groups, so that's why.
So like fee schedule A
Yeah.
is for community and nonprofit,
Yeah.
so that reads down. Fee schedule B is for outside and or profit,
Yeah,
so
so
I'm
this
wondering,
is-
should that be over there?
It should be in both, because it's $25 regardless of which one you
Whether you're
are.
so if you're a community profit,
Yep.
so this should be here
This is typo, yeah.
and here?
Well, we kind of had done it when we did the policy, see how we had done it for all profit groups, we had done it stretched across, but we can add it in both, if that makes it clearer. Because whether you are in this column, whoops, or that, or your touchscreen, mine isn't, it's $25 an hour.
Okay.
So if you want to, if you
I
think
think
it'd
that's
be
good
clearer-
feedback. We can get that in the next draft.
Yeah.
So, and I'm just wondering,
Yeah.
because you've got, for the multipurpose room above it, you have 20 and 50, so like it appears in both, even though it is a different number, so I just
Right,
didn't
it's
know.
because those are a different number and that
Okay.
one is the same, but if you think it's clearer to understand to put it in both, we can do that.
I'm one person reading it,
Okay.
so for me, I thought it was in the wrong column, and this was a larger change than that, so for me, it might,
Okay,
for me, it would, I
Mhm.
could be a little.
No, that's fine, we
Total
can make that
feedback.
change.
I kind of read it that if you're a community profit group, you're gonna get charged the $25 an hour. If you're an outside or a profit group, you're gonna get $25 an hour.
Yeah, that's the way,
I have a
yeah.
question,
Yeah.
and maybe it's me. I don't remember reviewing that at a recent policy.
You did it because this was a typo, it's to fix an error.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was
Alright, so I'm
approved
going through and I'm trying to
by-
remember when the-
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, I think, we can go back and look at when, but the school committee approved it, but the document is wrong.
Yeah.
So it's not, it was not kind of
It-
recent conversation, it was, there's something
Okay.
actually wrong with the document that's on the website that needs to be fixed.
Thank you for saying that, because I thought I missed
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's why I'm like trying to like.
Yeah, no, back in July, we approved the rate, but
Yeah.
it looked like what we actually intended to approve didn't translate to the actual
Okay.
document.
I actually don't know, Mr. Hennessy, maybe you could correct us. Does the school committee need to vote? Could you check before the next meeting if the school committee actually needs to vote on it, or if the document just needs to be updated?
I think because I found that other issue where there's no line for the gymnasium, I think we should vote just to be.
Okay.
You can certainly vote to be
Yeah,
prophylactic.
yeah, all right.
Would that require 2 votes then, in total, to change the policy?
We do 2 votes on all revisions.
Yeah, thanks.
Do you mean 2 reads or 2 votes?
2 reads, sorry.
Well, we-
No, I'm asking
it's gonna be,
you to
it's gonna be
change
before the
the
body twice.
Before the body twice.
Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
And
other
then-
questions?
Any other questions on those? Okay, and then I'm gonna make a motion to approve the GCCAC family and medical leave.
Can we take a 3-minute recess? Because I don't want to do a vote while, like,
Oh,
while
yeah,
the
yeah,
members
yeah,
out and
yeah.
Ali's throws some stuff.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, so I'll make a motion for like a 5-minute
moved.
recess.
Second.
good. Okay, so we're coming back from recess. We're on item 4 underneath the policies for a second read. And so I'll turn it back over to Jen for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve GCCAC family medical leave.
Okay, do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
So this is the second time we've seen this policy, which has been revised for statutory language only, and at this time I'm recommending approval.
Okay, any further discussion?
And this was just the update to the statutes, to former statutes. Thank you.
Anything else? It's close, it's close. Hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, moving on to new business. Can I get a motion for item A?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, and then we'll turn over, I believe, to Mr. Waterman for the presentation.
Yes, is everyone okay if I stand here? There's nobody there.
Absolutely. I'm fine with it. Everybody else good with it?
So tonight I'm here to give you an update on district recycle and trash removal, with the caveat, if you haven't already proofed this, that we'll be inviting Bob Carenti and Trish Cawley back to a future meeting to give some updates. So our current state of recycling and trash removal, and I kind of broke this down by different areas. So classrooms, each classroom has been provided both a trash bin and a recycle bin. Every night the ABM empties both bins into larger buckets and keeps trash and recycling separate, with the caveat, as long as both bins have not been used as trash. We do see that. We do also sometimes see if particularly a recycle bin has been contaminated. Somebody dumps too much, let's say, milk, coffee, something into it, it contaminates it, and then even though it had been recycled, it now needs to become trash. ABM has recently implemented a new procedure, so I think I talked during the budget season about new supervisors, new account manager. One of the things they're doing is having custodians either have one cart that has 2 barrels, or I think I've even seen 2 barrels bungee corded together so that there's a separate trash and recycling barrel. In the lunchroom, every lunch bin has both trash and recycling bins. Each cafeteria has a sharing cart, where if kids have an item that they don't want from their lunch, they can put it on this cart and it is available to others. And at the end, and actually I'm just going to go right to the end and I'll go back, that's what a sharing cart looks like. So each cafeteria has one of these. There is composting of food scraps and food waste at the high school, Wickford and Fishing Cove. I've learned that the high school, the composting is just in the serving area. I believe last year there was one as part of a project.
It was always behind the scenes.
There was a student who was doing.
Sorry, say that again. Sorry, it's just...
I said Wickford and Fishing Cove have composting, and the high school has it right now has it in the food service.
Yeah, high school is only composting in the
behind, like the staff is composting,
yeah, the staff
not
is
the
composting.
students.
Correct.
The students
I
are
believe
not.
that was the
Students
same
are,
last year.
students
if
are
you remember
composting.
They had that little truck that went around.
Yeah, I know we did have a student project because
Yes,
Bob
that's right.
Carenti and Barbara Morse were working with a student who had a larger.
But I thought it was like not their project. I thought they launched it and it was going to be like incorporated into the school.
So, and that's kind of, that was our hope, yes.
Okay.
That was our hope.
So
And you'll see in a couple slides here, we're not there, but that's where we're hoping to get with the assistance of a grant. That's, I'll also talk about. School district offices, so this is now kind of the bigger picture. Each school has one dumpster for trash and a separate dumpster for recycling. All recycling is picked up once per week. We're scheduled to be picked up once per week, and trash is picked up 3 times per week at Davisville and the high school, 2 times per week everywhere else on a set, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday type schedule. So challenges, reports that trash recycling hauler picks up both dumpsters with the same truck. That is confirmed, and I saw it today. Actually, I haven't seen it yet. I heard it today. When I was at Wickford at the test pits, we watched the truck come in. We heard them pick up one dumpster. I know Wickford has 2 dumpsters. Heard them pick up one dumpster, had them pick up the other. I called somebody who could look it up on the security cameras, and he did confirm that they picked up both dumpsters with the same truck. This is not the first time I've heard this complaint. It's also not the first time I've witnessed it. So when I witnessed it before, We sent them a letter. I've already reached out to Bob Parenti. I'm also investigating what are our, what recourse do we have? You know, because we have an agreement with them that they're to do this and they're breaking it. So
Who's they again?
MEGA, MEGA, depending on how you want to say it.
That's, just as an aside, that's rampant in New Jersey, and the reason being New Jersey is the union state, and they have somebody at the dump who separates it, but that's a union job, and to separate them without this person, it was taking away a job of union people, and I know Rhode Island is a union state, and that's where it's come, even though they tell you to separate your stuff, they still throw it in one thing and then a guy separates it.
So this is a third-party contractor, so I'm not aware, like, they're not part of any of our bargaining units,
Right.
or this is not our facilities,
Right.
who you will see picking up trash at our outside school grounds. This is, I just want to be clear.
Yep, right.
This is not our staff, this is
But it might be another union's rule.
But last I heard, I mean, the Johnston landfill, I think they had bought like a very expensive, multi-million-dollar machine to separate the trash. Now, I'm not excusing this, I think that would be wrong, but maybe that's what's happening at the landfill.
So, and I've heard through parties, right? Well, I've heard ABM say they don't, you know, they've paid less attention. Now, this is not the new staff, this is in the past, that they don't pay too much attention to recycling because of exactly what this happens. I've heard from the classrooms that they don't recycle because they see ABM put it in the same barrel. So I was very clear with ABM that if they are witnessing our pickups, this happening with our pickups, to let me know so that I can get the footage and we can move forward with this. I also said, I also want to say to the staff, we are recycling. You know, they have the 2-barrel system now. If you see them dump recycling in, it's possible it could be because of, right, education, and that's actually, you're going to see that in an upcoming slide. Because I don't want somebody passing the blame. We don't do this because of this. That's what we're going to try and avoid. So I think the first step is working with ABM, working with our third parties, ABM and MEGA. I can tell you I have more confidence ABM's going to be doing it right now than I have in MEGA, because this is not the first time.
Great, that'd be great. Ask to pull the mega contract. I want to see what it stipulates.
And actually, I think the only, so I just did the reports at ABM do not separate trash from recycling. Reports of some recycling bins are being used as a second trash can. So to your point about education, let's not put the recycle bin by the door and the trash can on the opposite corner, because then it becomes, well, that's the closest, I'm going to use it as a trash can. Let's put them together. And then making sure that rooms have a recycle bin and trash can. So we do our walkthroughs. I've again asked ABM. You're in every classroom every night. There are times I walk in and I see recycle bins that are used for book storage and stuff that's not recycling. So just ensuring that the bins that are in there are being used for intended purposes. If one is damaged, broken, lost, we get another one in there. And then just to clarify that, I know when I was a teacher, I had the basket, trash basket, the blue bin, the green bin. There's no more blue and green. I think everybody knows that from home recycling. But so you may see a blue bin in one school, one classroom, a green one in the next. They can all be mixed.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
The town just recently, like within the last year, switched over to waste management as their recycling hauler. Because trash is individual.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming that they did that because they got a cost break, that it was cheaper to do it with this company, this large company. Would we be able to jump on the bandwagon from the town and get into their contract as a cost saving?
So we did bid this out as a service. So we do have a 3-year contract that I know this is year 2 of.
Okay.
We did inquire with when I say we, Bob Parenti did inquire with the Director of Public Works to see, and I'm not sure where we land with that because we're currently under a contract. And I know this is something that we might be doing as a philosophical change going forward versus getting into these 3-year contracts, looking at using the master price agreement and kind of doing bids off that so that we don't get locked into these agreements. they have their pluses and minuses, right? Right now, we're at a disadvantage because they have this agreement.
Right.
So,
Okay, thank you.
but we are certainly open to it. And I do know Waste Management was sent this RFP when it went out,
Right.
because this is not our first contract with MEGA. So,
Mike, before you continue,
Certainly.
I just want to make a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock.
you don't have confidence in me, huh?
I don't have confidence in me.
Second.
I know I'm going to have a question.
Any discussion? No. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? All right, thanks, John. Okay, continue, Mike.
So here are our goals, and again, this is where, so I'm going to take your questions, and if I don't have the answer, Bob Correnti and Trish Cawley are going to come back to a May meeting. So our goals is to continue, as I mentioned, working with ABN and Amiga to make sure that they're fulfilling their obligations with regards to trash and recycling. Again, making sure we have the containers where they need to be. Tasked ABM with letting us know if a room doesn't have them. So wet containers in lunchrooms. So I liken this to if you've ever been to the dealership when they're changing your oil, they have that big thing that comes up, it captures the oil so it doesn't splatter. So one of the challenges is, what do you do with wet waste? So we want to recycle the milk cartons, but you can't put a milk carton that's full of milk, half full of milk, in with recycling. So we're looking at, and I think we're looking at the grant that I'm going to mention here, ways to get things so that I think our middle schoolers will see how tall they can get and still hit the bucket with splash. I think our preschoolers may and younger kids may genuinely struggle with that. So we want to make it something that's at a comfortable height where they're just, kind of like a water fountain. You're just pouring it in versus and kind of eliminating excuses, so that we can capture that wet waste and dispose of it through sinks. To your point about education, working with Rhode Island Resource Recovery and DEM for educational materials and grants, because so when we have to haul compost, Fishing Cove, Wickford, they have gardens on site, so they're using that compost. There is a cost associated with hauling it, unless we can find grants or locals or organizations that are looking to take that compost off our hands. And actually, we'll right into the next one. So the Get the Foam Out grant was due April 1st when I did this presentation last week. It was either Thursday night or Friday. We learned that they had extended it. So initially, the grant was due today. We were set to submit it on Friday with a award date of Earth Day, April 22nd. That changed, so it is now not due until April 29th. Our grant was going to be, and I am not even going to try and say it, I'm just going to say, to get PFAS-free compostable silverware and serviceware. Somebody want to take a crack at saying it? Okay.
PFAS.
PFAS it is. It was going to be a $10,000 per school with matching $10,000 from the Child Nutrition Enterprise. So we were targeting $20,000 worth of, and this is where I'm going to have Trish really speak to the specifics of it, compostable serviceware for both students and on their back end. I do know Trish is taking advantage of this extension of the deadline, and she has a meeting this week with the folks who are part of this grant group to see if there's anything else she can do to expand on it. So this number could change. The 10,000 for this category is capped. Add share refrigerators. So you saw the share carts earlier. So this would be share refrigerators so that we could use more or collect and save more food that we traditionally would have to throw away or compost at the end because we just don't have the means to store it for longer term. Expanding composting to all schools, and then as I mentioned, Trish and Bob coming to what I was hoping going to be to discuss the grant award. So I'll leave it up to you. I did ask Trish, she did check today. They have not set a revised award date, so originally I was going to have them come back in that first meeting in May to talk about what we were awarded in our path forward. So I'll leave it to you all on if you want me to still have them come back on May 7th, talk about what they applied for, or if you want to actually wait until the grant gets awarded. I felt like you did get warm in here.
It's not warm in here. It's okay. Dr. Cheever goes down, Andrew Kitchen. Okay, questions?
I can go back if someone's still.
Yeah.
You know, I actually had questions about the share zone card. You know, in theory, I think it's a great idea. Like, what kind of things are shared on there? I'm only thinking of like
Whatever you pack that your kids don't want.
No, that's
well,
not true.
I know
it's not true.
So I went because I wanted to know. So I took that picture. I was trying to help them with the presentation.
No, I was just wondering, is anybody
There's some
like
questions, yeah.
for students that have food allergies, who's monitoring that?
So it's okay. So it's a good question. So that was at the high school, right? So hopefully high school kids are.
It's not
Oh,
the high school.
Right, I know it's at all the
Okay.
schools. So that is outside of the kitchen where they serve food. It is the food that's coming from the kitchen. So if you get a lunch and you don't want the muffin, you don't want the cucumbers, you don't want the apple, you don't want your milk. There's also on the top, that top one, it's a cooler, right? You put that there. So it is not something that I bring in my peanut butter granola bar and I'm going to put it there. Okay, it's only the food that's coming from our nutrition.
Question
our
number
food
2.
services.
How do the kids get that food?
How do they get that?
Yeah.
If it's there, so I was at the high school when I asked, so my answer's coming from the high school.
Okay.
So I don't know how they get it at the elementary and middle school. We can find it out. But the high school, it's placed there. If someone wants it, they can go take it.
Yeah, I don't want my kid getting
But
extra
at
stuff
the
at lunch.
elementary and middle school, it's we expect that it's monitored differently. But it's the food that they're getting from the food services that a child may not want. And so instead of it getting thrown away, it's put there so someone else can come.
Do they then bring it in and then like re-put it out the next day, or is it?
No, we
No,
can't
I'm not talking
use-
about like perishable stuff, like you know.
So like if the cucumbers don't.
Yeah,
get-
let's use a bag of chips.
or like
Let's lose the pre-wrapped muffin, right? What happens to that at the end of the day if my kid doesn't eat a second muffin that he got from the share zone?
I don't believe anything goes back into circulation.
One would hope not. Yeah, we'll find out. Yeah, it sounds fun. Okay, that's exciting. Interesting casualty of this presentation. But I like the concept. The concept of black food. Intent good,
So go home,
impact
talk to your children and say, I really don't want you eating extra food, so don't.
Tell me more about the share zone, children. Okay, so that's good to know, but we can learn more. Questions regarding the topic is district recycling and trash removal, so let's keep questions to that topic.
I do have questions, although
Shocking.
like many more questions on the share zone. So I have to say, Forest Park just did a presentation which was included in their weekly email, and they said they have no recycle bins in their lunchroom. So that seems to be
Where
a
did
direct
that come from?
contradiction.
I'll follow up.
Okay.
And where did you get that from?
From the
Their
presentation
newsletter.
that the Forest Park students did, it was in the newsletter, and it said in their presentation that they have no recycle bins.
Their student government.
So, and they also said that they really wish that they had a composting bin.
So I know just from going, Rob and I were at a meeting with them earlier, they are looking to do composting and with their gardening, so I know that is something that
That's
they're
one of their projects.
looking at putting something together.
And they also
Yeah.
want vegan food options, but that's off topic. So I had done some looking through in our statutes and everything to see like what we're doing and what we're not. It looks like we're supposed to have a waste audit report. Is that happening?
That's a state statute,
Yeah.
correct? Yeah.
So it has been requested, but we have not received one yet
Okay.
from Rhode Island Resource
Okay.
Recovery.
And that we're
When was it
supposed-
requested?
Bob Carenti, I asked Bob Carenti that.
When?
I don't have an
Okay.
answer.
And that we're supposed to design and implement a waste collection system for diversion of items, including surplus food. So is this that?
That's kind of along.
Okay, but
along
there's
the-
some more
Yep.
things that
Yep.
have to be fleshed out there. So it says that food service companies have to include in their proposals that they're in compliance to all laws, including composting. And so is that part of our RFP process that goes out to them?
We're internal.
We're internal.
Oh,
So
that's
we're
right.
not like
Okay,
an
that
RMR.
No, but we
Okay.
have, but that means we have to comply.
Right.
Yep.
So that is an important, we just need some clarification, I
Yep.
think, on that, yeah. And again, this presentation was meant to help the school committee understand barriers and resources. Like, it's not the administration and the schools aren't doing this, but to more have a follow-up from last year's conversation, make sure we're in compliance with Rhode Island laws, and learn more about what we might need to do. So we knew that we were going to be finding things that we need to work on in this presentation. Just want to clarify that.
A lot of like stuff that we see at Democracy Day and Senior Project is why aren't we recycling? And to that point, Bob had said last summer that there was going to be a follow-up with the student body at the high school, like to execute a recycling program and to get them involved. Has that happened?
Not that I'm aware of, but
Okay.
I don't. I'll follow up.
Okay. And then, yeah, I think that was all my questions.
I have a question. The food that goes on the share zone cart, let's say it's that muffin, and at the end of the school day, nobody has taken that muffin. We throw that muffin out.
I believe yes, something like the muffin would be thrown out. Yes.
Because again, and I speak from New Jersey, you're not allowed to throw that stuff out. You have to donate it to a homeless shelter. And this way or the social services centers, because then they redistribute that food to the individuals who are either homeless or in need.
So I don't want to misspeak, but
Is it?
I do know Trish Cawley has a very close relationship with the food bank.
She's on the board, right?
Here in North Kingstown. So I'm confident if she can find other avenues for items we don't use, she's doing that.
Right.
But again, she will be back. She will be here at a future meeting, and we can certainly.
Okay.
Yep, so I think just knowing, that's part of the law, correct?
Yeah, it says
Yeah, so
food service
just
companies
having an
must
understanding of
include-
when they come back, that would be a good follow-up, just on how we're complying with that part of it and where those food resources are going, et cetera. I think that's important because I think that's, again, part of kind of creating a culture in our community of not having food waste and being able to, as appropriate, like get things to the different places
And
it
I'm
needs
sure
to go.
that there are families within our own community and students whose parents are struggling who would appreciate, some of that extra food rather than it going into the dump.
I wonder how the connection with the Blessings in a Backpack program as well.
There's also, and I can't remember whether this was from I think this is when we approved maybe it was with that company like that, Mega. There's a whole list of things that the contractor is responsible for in terms of like recycling and, and all of these types of things. So if they're not complying, it seems like they're in pretty clear violation of what they agreed to when they sent the bid in.
And what I want to know is what is the penalty for that? Does it allow us to opt out? Can we not pay the bill?
So that's where Mr. Hennessy's going to take a look at the contract, and we're going to follow up. You're going to follow up. That's an important, I think, step in this process.
Other
questions?
Yeah, please. I'm wondering if there's anything in that if we had not a nutrition, but somebody who knows like food safety regulations and so forth, that maybe be imprudent to set aside in there, as opposed to something that's like totally like hermetically sealed, for lack of a way of describing it. I think that's
And Trish Cawley is our food safety certified person.
Say that stuff would be safe, just even like a wrap muffin in saran wrap or something.
Yeah, I would defer to Trish on that one. Yep.
All right, thanks.
Other questions? I think for me the biggest thing is, at the base, making sure that we're in compliance with all the laws, and then also if we can quantify anything as far as what it would take to compost at all the schools in a systematic way. I think some of the schools use it for their gardens and stuff, but there might be some other issues with that as well, as far as like what a compost pile is. I don't know if they're doing the actual composting at school, et cetera, but I know that there are some programs where you can.
Yeah, there's companies we can work with that would come in to support that. There is a cost, but we can look at what that cost would be, and then you could have that come back to the school, especially for the schools that have the gardens, and bring the compost back in so the kids see that full cycle of what they're doing in the cafeteria, learning about it, and it's gone right back into the gardens that they're using.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what I'd be curious about is like understanding the resources that are needed to implement these things and perhaps costs associated to it. I think it's great that we're looking into some possible grants, but there might be other opportunities as well. And then the other piece is definitely the education piece. Even if we are behind the scenes doing it, even if it's getting sorted somewhere, I don't want the perception to our students being this doesn't matter, recycling doesn't matter, composting doesn't matter. And so even if we have them sorting it in the lunchrooms and then because of process, it all goes into one thing, I want students to learn and understand this is important as part of being in our mission, like part of our community and a good citizen, et cetera. And so I think thinking about how we're educating the students about this as well is really important. And I also am a little bit concerned about timeline, and I know we've had a lot of transition, but I feel like we had this conversation a year ago, and so maybe some tangible timelines, et cetera, on when we will see progress or what's going on would be helpful, because I feel like we lost almost a year on this conversation, and I especially because students bring it up again and again and again, I don't want our response to be just, oh, we're working on this. So I'm glad that you have some tangibles that we can follow up on. Other questions? Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Rudderman. Next item? No. This. Right? Sorry. New business, can I get a motion for item B?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. This one wasn't me.
Yeah, no, that's me. I was doing something else.
Welcome back.
I'm trying to multitask. So this is a continuation of a topic we had recently regarding use of our buildings by the town. The rec department uses our gymnasiums across the district. Per policy, they're not charged rental fees, but there is a charge for custodial fees. We went through this discussion in the past. I was asked to bring forward services that the school department might be providing that we are not collecting fees on with the town, and town services that are being provided to the school department that we are not being charged of. So that's what this memo is here for you to have. So you can see that the first chart is looking at school department services to the town, building use across the district. This is for custodial fees, and per policy, those should be charged to the rec department who's using them, or anyone that's using our building during weekends when custodial are off hours. That cost, annual cost, is $30,000, and then the facility rental charge, which we don't charge. I had facilities run a report for us that's $84,945. That is not charged to the town. The $30,000 is supposed to be a charge, and the $84,000, around up to $85,000. Is not something that we receive funding on. Not funding, but payments on. The next chart are services that the town provides to the school department that we are not charged for. For the police details, there are $3,200, which is considered a charge for use of a cruiser. It's $50 an hour we're not charged. Another $1,580 is 15% of administrative fees. DPW provides sweeping to the schools. That's a not to exceed price of $15,834. Salt and sand approximately cost $500. There are recreational uses that we have from the school department. There's the field use for after-school sports. You can see the breakdown of what that cost is. It's $7,608. Use for field days, $456. Gym class, $13,200. Summer sports camp, $960. Rental fees for the community center that we weren't charged, so that $1,340. And then the maintenance charges for Licio Field. That is what's used for the high school baseball team of $15,000. And there's also the use of the golf course. Our high school golf team uses the golf course, so that's a breakdown of what we are not charged for the use of the course of $13,640. Use of the golf cart of $500. Some time that the pro, who's not obligated to be supporting our team, but goes out and will work with the coach and the kids of $250 and $100 of range tokens. All of that totals $74,169. And then the last chart is what we do get charged for. So we are charged for some of the chemical treatments that are put on Licio Fields, which is $3,500.
Thank you so much,
So
Dr.
it's just so we
Hoover.
have a better understanding of what is provided between the school and the town at cost and at no cost.
Questions?
What figures were used to calculate the two numbers that we came up with at the top?
That's based on the building use from the past year of what we had in our schedule.
Can we define the year, sorry?
Yeah, like what
Fiscal
time
year,
period?
or-
Yeah, so we went from, I believe it was from March of last year to March of this year. We just took a year.
And that's at all buildings
That's-
in every room in every building?
Nope, so that's just looking at the rec department's use of the gymnasium.
Okay, so it doesn't include like the elementary gymnasiums and the cafeteria?
If they use the cafeteria, yes, but I know most of it was, when I looked at it, most of it was gymnasium.
We looked it up by the user. So,
That's
so
what I'm
rec
asking.
department, we looked it up by rec
Regardless of
department.
where it was, it was
So
by the
whatever the rec
user.
department was
Okay.
using.
Okay. And the custodial fee, how was that calculated?
That was based on the number of hours that they were in the building, using the building.
Okay. And where did we land on the 15% of the ticket income?
I don't have an answer on that yet.
Okay.
So that's something I need to get from them as far as at what time were they using the building for big tournaments or when they were collecting actual fees.
How do we handle that with other organizations, like in terms of, like when the community chorus has their concert? Like,
I'd have to look at that. I'm not sure exactly how that is.
I'd have to check.
okay, yeah, I'm just curious, like what the procedure is typically.
So Ken, most of this is the use here, the $30,000 for cleaning, the effectively $85,000 for rental not charged, is due to the line item of the recreation department, is how we search
Yes.
this. And what is entailed in the recreational department? What activities, are we talking like summertime recreation?
So it
kids?
would be summer and school year, so they're looking at whenever
Summer and
whenever
school
they
year.
requested to use the building. So from March of 2023 to March of 2024, so that goes over the summer, so the use of summer camps and requesting of building use for summer camps. If it's raining out, they need to go inside. If there's any other summer programs.
Setting aside that this is like, it's not a wash, obviously, there's probably still a little bit in our favor. The school department, if we can set that aside, the school department is basically saying to the town, hey, the programs that you provide to our kids, the school department wants to start charging the town for those services.
So
Is that kinda
it's the custodial fees
That's
that
not what we're saying.
came up from last year.
Right,
so
but
it's not
they
the,
still need to clean after the kids have played in there or whatever.
Right, and it's for when it's our off hours, so it would be when it's mostly weekend usage, because if they use the building during the school time, operating time, like
Right,
after
that
school,
I
there's no
understand
charge
that,
there.
but it's for the children's after-school or extracurricular activities.
It's for, right, so the
summers.
rec programs
Yeah,
for the kids
okay.
in our town.
Okay.
But I think also too, it could be kids from out of town. I just want to make sure I'm correct on that, right? So you could have kids from another town that join an NK rec program, I believe, right?
Yeah, it's any NK rec sport program,
So it's-
occupation,
And it-
anything, yeah.
And it's not just kids, there are adults.
Adults,
There's
yeah.
adult
needs as
basketball.
well.
Mhm.
Yeah.
One question that I have was, did we calculate the playgrounds in the number for the usage charge? Because that probably wouldn't be booked and reflected
We don't
correctly.
charge for playgrounds. We don't do that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the wear and tear of the summer camps on the schools that we host these programs on, and how that has an impact on, particularly
So if
like
they're
the
using,
PTO.
so let's say, like, I know,
Can I finish?
Yeah.
Sorry. Just the so I know like the PTO's worked really hard sometimes to raise money for those different things, and I've seen what happens at those camps and the usage and different things like that. Like there is an impact on our facilities externally, and I would be curious if that's reflected in this number.
So we don't charge for use
Yep.
of the playground, but if they are during the summertime requesting to use the building for the gym,
Yep.
and they're there, they could be
Yep.
out on the
I guess what I'm trying to say is, even though we don't in the imaginary number for building use, like the what we are giving them without fee, that should be in that lower number. I think there's a higher impact, is what I'm saying. So if we want to maybe consider what that might be quantitatively.
I'm not even sure where to start on that of basically the buildings
Yeah.
they're using and
Do we charge them?
I mean, you could start getting into electricity usage and water usage, and I just feel like that's a rabbit hole we're going.
Yeah,
down.
I just think that's just one, like, that's a big impact, and it's especially because it's the PTOs. Often their funding and, you know, that sort of thing. I just think it's important to think about that in this conversation. Not to nickel and dime things, but that I feel like that's a large impact to our facilities. That's all.
Are playgrounds open to the public after
Playground. I
school?
was just going to say, anyone can go on the playground. I mean, I go there
Are
with my
they?
kids all the time on the weekend.
Thoughts?
Our school playgrounds are not closed off, so public is using them all the time.
No
And we don't-
liability there?
I
and
think we
don't
should put a meter on
calculate
those rides.
that
That's
piece.
pay the way. Put a meter on the students that charge it.
There's no liability having the playgrounds just accessible to students all the time. That seems like the gate should be locked.
See that
personally.
how they're insured, I can check how they're insured.
Yeah, let's check that. That feels concerning. Other questions regarding this? So like, we'll, and also, as the policy stands right now, are we billing the town for last year? Because they should be billed.
They do have an invoice.
Okay.
That we sent them one. So.
Okay.
For the custodial fees?
Mhm.
Yeah. All right, good. That was not the case last time we spoke, so.
I hope they don't go forward. I think this is.
I don't want to speak up, but I thought that that was how it's all started.
I
but
believe
we
that
gave
they
them
have been
invoice.
invoiced, yes.
And so that's how this conversation.
Yeah.
That's not how this conversation started.
I'm sorry, a conversation
Oh.
that we had with the town
Yes.
originally was
Yeah.
because we gave them,
Yeah.
we had sent an invoice to them.
And
It
are
was
we
prior to me even being here.
invoicing as we go now with the custodial?
I have to go back and see
Yeah, I'll
last
have
time
to-
we sent an invoice.
I mean, I think to me that makes
So-
the most sense, like, treat it just like any other user of the facility where they get
I
billed.
mean, we're keeping track, so we have it all, so it's up to us.
Is that
Yeah.
new?
You know what I mean, like, where they get billed for actual usage as maybe with them it's a monthly basis instead of a, you know what I mean, like, instead of an annual invoice.
Is that new policy? Does that constitute policy?
It
Is that
was,
the
the
project?
policy is
It
set.
was in
It's in
place,
the
practice
but we
is
haven't
not.
practiced.
We weren't, so what happened last year, ABM wasn't, ABM was not charging the school department for the weekend usage
Until
until
March.
Because their
springtime.
terms
And
have
so
changed,
then-
morphed.
The policy was updated after that happened, though, so we're just out of compliance with our own policy. But it sounds like we're in compliance now since you sent the invoice.
I will check and see when the last invoice was sent.
Yeah. Other questions on this?
Yeah, in regards to the liability on the school grounds, I don't think that there's any liability because it's technically town property.
I'll certainly
Yeah.
I
take a
think
look at
it's a
it.
deferred liability.
I think this policy is a penny wise and a pound foolish. We're going to end up in a spitting contest with the town over amounts of money that, you know, as I said, it's not a wash, but I don't think we're going to gain from this. And particularly if it looks like the school department is now, you know, basically saying to the town, we're going to charge you for allowing kids, yes, and some adults, maybe small fraction from out of town, to use these facilities.
No, that's not what we're saying. there is no charge for the
For the,
usage of
for the
facility.
custodial service. So
All we're saying with the policy, and this is the same for ourselves too. So when the PTO uses the school on a weekend, they pay this fee as well, because we're paying the fee to the custodian. So all that the policy says is that these groups should be charged just the custodial fees. So basically what happened from March 23 until now is that the school department's budget had to cover the $30,000 that we had to pay out for the custodial fees for the rec department. And so that's why we're having this conversation. It is, one, we're out of, like, we can change that if we want as a committee, but as it stands right now, we need to be charging them and they need to be paying it.
And if they start charging us $74,169.47.
Then we'll charge them the 80-something, like, we're not.
That's what I mean, but this is kind of like.
But that's a difference, like, that's an agreement, like, hey, we're gonna give you this.
Yeah.
This is a flat-out fee that we are being charged over and above our normal janitorial prices for quote-unquote, like, over hours janitorial fees that we, as part of our policy, are passing on to any user of our facility, including North Kingstown Schools. The town is not exempt from that.
I understand, but I think it's a bad look for us to be charging basically the rec department for the custodial fee for mostly kids probably that are using the facilities. And I just, to me, it's a lot.
Why is the rec department any different than any other organization that uses it for children?
Well, they're not a private organization, they're the town organizations.
There are other, like, private organizations that use it that also get paid.
The rec department is private, is that true?
They're a town organization.
Right, they're
Yeah.
town, they're not private.
There are other
Private
town
means-
organizations that use it that get
Yeah,
charged also.
they get
Anybody who uses it, the town is out of compliance with our policy.
Well,
Yeah, well,
it's
I
not that
still-
it's not that they're out of compliance. We just weren't with the change.
The
We
change
hadn't
in policy.
invoiced them. That's not the same as them being out of compliance. And so there's kind of two different conversations going on. One is to rectify the billing part, and then the other is to think about how we can, like I agree, James, that there's, like, we don't, like, that with the town, like, there should at least be something as far as transparency for the citizens to show them, you know, if this is what we're getting for free and this is what we're giving for free. Like, it matters, I think, for the taxpayers to have transparency, understanding the rec department's budget is X, the school department's budget is Y, but this is happening in the middle silently, and I think transparency is important, and so it's not like it's just trying to figure out what that looks like and figure out how we can do it to make sure that, you know, audits and budgets and everything is transparent.
I think if it's transparent and we're just keeping counts, one thing, but I think if we press the issue, I think it's kind of.
Right now, we're just getting information. I don't think, as far, beyond the custodial issue,
The only
on this
thing that
part.
The custodials are what I'm talking about.
That's the
Yeah.
only thing I'm talking about is custodian.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing else needs to change.
And I, over the past couple of years, we've developed a very nice working relationship with the Department of Public Works. It was evident today. They brought a machine, they have 3 staff members over here, they've helped us out with stump removal. I'm fearful, I don't want them to start a clock with us, and there's a lot of help that is kind of being opened up to us through this relationship we've had. It's working out to our benefit. None of what I'm talking about, I don't want to say it because I don't want to add it to a list, but is on this list. I mean, they've helped us out when we've gotten stuck with plowing and sanding, and there are other items that aren't on here that I don't. Right now, there's no hesitancy. I pick up a phone and call and say, do you have this? Can you help with this? There's no, oh, I have to check with this. Oh, I'll have to add. Like, I'm really fearful that that relationship could be put in jeopardy, not because of what he might be feeling or thinking, but he might be told, you know, okay, we can't do that now. We've got to start accounting for everything. That's my fear, is we are benefiting from services that aren't on here that are kind of more pick up the phone call.
And Mike, I'm going to share my concern. I have the same concern. I really am concerned that we're going down the wrong path. I understand we have a policy. I understand what that policy is. We've had conversations over this. But now we're going service to service, and we're like nickel and diming. Well, if you're going to charge us for that, we're going to charge you for this. To me, that is not where we should be going as a school department.
I'm a little bit confused about the narrative here.
Well, but that's
No one
that's
is
what it's
saying
coming
that.
across.
That's what it feels like.
That's how it's coming across.
Okay,
that
let me
we're-
be
that
really
we're
clear.
going.
Really clear. We right now get a budget. The town gets a budget. we're not paid, like, let's put the custodial piece aside. We asked to get an understanding of what is being off the books, not transparently, like handshaky behind the scenes between the different departments, to get a better understanding of what that looks like. If anyone thinks that that means that we are trying to make our relationship with the town bad, that is most certainly not the case. But as elected officials and as stewards of our budget, I think it's important for us to have an understanding of what these things are. This was all in Never Never Land before. Like, staff changes, people change. It's super important for big entities like this that have to be transparent to have an understanding of what those things are. Nothing is being proposed to change other than having a transparent understanding of what is currently happening with the two different departments.
Okay, I just want to make sure that that's not the path we're going down.
All I want to know is the information about what we are doing. I personally believe that having something in writing, as you know, is important because we are literally talking about trading money for services right now. And I think it's important because if somebody leaves and then all of a sudden they say, wait, what are you talking about? We don't do that. We don't get that for free. We don't do whatever. Like, I think at least having some sort of memo between the two entities matters. But that's not even where we are right now. We're just exploring and looking for information. So please don't twist the narrative that we're trying to do X, Y, Z. We are literally just trying to figure out what is these behind the scenes, non-handshake things.
It's just, wait.
Well, let's be real clear then.
Thank you.
Well, to me, to be clear, I think if we send them an invoice, we're asking them for money.
I want to be very clear about the custodial piece.
But that's part of our policy.
Like what?
So
but that is not
If
even
we keep pressing them, well, then they owe us the money then, right?
Most
We gotta
certainly
keep
do.
tabs of that.
Yeah.
But I just wonder, I don't want to push too far because of that relationship either. Now, if we can count
That means
for it,
that
we
we are
can account
taking
for it.
$30,000 away from students and from our budget to cover when they use our buildings. That's unacceptable to me from a student perspective.
Well, we also take some $74,000 from them according to our own accounting.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah, thank you for clarifying.
Thanks.
We're working on it.
Any further
For all
discussion?
this.
All right, so it sounds like we'll be getting more information and then can go from there. Okay. Any other next item, correspondence, correct?
Yep, March 19th, Carrie and Gary Pedro regarding the bus home meet. March 19th, Ben and Becky Russo regarding Davis Middle School track and field support. March 21st, Tibia Edge regarding student dress code. March 22nd, Meg Kerr, please extend school construction incentive. April 1st, Karen Martone, class rank recommendation.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.